Yes, my lord. Yesterday when we adjourned, there was an issue that had to be verified by playing the...
Yeah, you were saying?
So yesterday when we adjourned, there was an aspect that had to be verified by playing the record of the proceedings. I don't know if the record is ready to be played back.
What are we verifying, by the way?
Yeah. Advocate Mnisi put it to the witness, Brigadier Gininda, that the fact of the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 was used to come to the conclusion that this was a contractual killing. We then made an objection that this question has not been put to the witness, that the witness was busy answering the previous question, which was to the following effect, namely, the proposition was that there was a challenge regarding Colonel Stein's evidence regarding the call between accused number 5 and Ms. Kelly Khumalo. And the witness was in the process of answering that, you know. So we objected and said he was still in the process of answering this first question. So it had to be verified as to whether Advocate Mnisi did ask this question, namely, whether the fact of the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 was used to come to the conclusion that this was a contractual killing. So the record had to be played to verify if that question was put to the witness.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, do you recall the evidence to be like that? Or what's your recollection?
My lord, this whole issue actually started when the witness, when I actually asked the witness what other information was actually used to come to the conclusion that this was a hit. He mentioned, amongst others, the communication. He actually mentioned that in terms of his investigation, there were calls that were made between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5. Then I said to him, could this then have been used as one of the fact to show that this was a hit? Then that is when then he started to elaborate. He included the testimony of Brigadier Stein and the downloads. At some stage, he touched on accused number 3, who had plastic bags in his phone, which were downloaded, accused and Kelly and Longwe. And then he went on and on. At some stage, I actually stopped him at a time when he wanted to explain to the court what downloads are or something like that. And then I said, no, but that's not your terrain. It has already been explained by the expert. And at some stage, the court also made mention of an XDS system. But that was almost 15 minutes after I posed the first question. And then the court said, no, let us then go to the...
So what are we checking?
We are checking, my lord. We are checking
what?
Whether did I actually suggest to the witness that the alleged cell phone contact between accused number 5 and Kelly Khumalo, could that have constituted a basis of the fact that this was therefore a contractual killing?
Is that what you are checking?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Mr. Brigadier, what are we checking?
I can also further add, Malo, just to try and explain that Brigadier was busy explaining as to how the evidence from the handset of Ms. Kelly Khumalo was retrieved. That's when Advocate Nisi then interjected and said, but that's not the question that I asked you. And we objected and said, the witness is still answering the initial question and that this second question hasn't been asked.
Yes, so, but what are we checking?
So we are checking as to whether this second question
Was asked.
Was asked. In other words, whether the fact that there was communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, or whether the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 was used to come to the conclusion that this was a contractual killing. So we're checking as whether that question was asked.
Okay, let's ask the Brigadier. What are we checking, sir?
Yeah, my lord, what I recall yesterday is that it was put to me, and this is my recollection, it was said to me, and that is by Advocate Mnisi, that there seems to be discrepancies or issues with the testimony of Kenneth Stein insofar as the linkages. And that was the context, and then the court then asked that can I comment, because I was able to discuss or to engage with him insofar as the DNA is concerned. So then I started explaining, my lord, kicking from that point to say during the course of my investigation, and I was going to say what convinced me that I didn't see anything wrong with the investigation of Kenneth Stein. That is why I went to the handset of Kelly Khumalo first, indicated where do you find the number, and I indicated that it's in her statement. I went to the details that links that number to her. Then I went to the downloadings. Then I went to accused number 5, where I said in his profile you find that number and the number of bank statements that we did, as well as the traffics. So then I moved to accused number 3, because then I was dealing with the issue of saying, my lord, it is not, and it was not only the cell phone communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 that we started on when it came to what informed me. What was put to me by Advocate Mnisi was whether did I only rely on the confessions of accused number 1 and 2, because I referred to that to say it is contained there that the trigger point is Ms. Kelly Khumalo. Then I said in addition to that, that is where now I was going to the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5. Then I was extending that to say, in addition to that, there is this see-through bag of money that is found in Ms. Kelly Khumalo's phone, Longwe Twala, and accused number 3. And that is where now I think the whole objection from Advocate Mnisi started. But the essence, I was answering him to say, it is not only the confessions, there were additional information that came up that gave, because I was answering that question, that what convinced me or informed me that this was a contractual killing as it's contained in my statement, A198. That was the approach that we're dealing with, my lord.
I see. Mr. Ramosipidi, what are we checking?
My lord, I think both my colleague and Brigadier Gininda have properly summarized the issue that was contentious.
Both of them?
Both
Mr.
of them.
Mnisi and the Brigadier?
The 3 of them,
they've agreed.
Explained, my lord, because
okay.
It emanated from that question relating to the inferences drawn by the Brigadier as to his conclusion that this may have been a contractual killing. So when Advocate Mnisi said, amongst others, there was a challenge to Colonel Stein's evidence, and that's when the court said there was no countervailing evidence from the defense at this stage. That's why it ended up.
Okay, Mr. Ngumalo, what did you hear?
I'll agree with the 3 of my colleagues that the contentious issue was whether the communication between Kelly Khumalo...
I see 4 of your colleagues.
Yes, 4 of my colleagues, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, my lord, 4 of my colleagues. The contentious issue was whether the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, can be said it amounted to a contractual.
Okay, fine.
That is what we're checking. Thank you.
All right. Are you able to fish up? Okay. You are able to play it back, that portion which is supposed to be said it happened the way. Hello?
kusenkantolo-ke ekuthizeni ngesikhathi ufakazi bekakhuluma njalo ufakazi bakhe-ke lapho-ke la kade khona-ke umbuzo uqhamukile ekuthizeni ngabe inkulumo kade khona ngaphakathi komama uKheli Khumalo ngeleona ngabe iyona-ke yagcina elethala noma mhlawumbe idonsa kumdlanzo okuthizeni kumaphoyisa aphenya-ke icala elikuthizeni ngabe lokushona kamufi ngabe kade kuyinto kade ehleliwe phansi-ke lapho-ke bese wathi khona njalo ufakazi yena kade ngekho njalo kepha ngaphandle kodaba lwama-confessions-ke lapho-ke futhi umnumzana umnisi la ngaphambi kusenkantolo omele umsolo kuqala futhi umsolo wesithathu-ke khona lapho-ke kade akhuluma khona njalo kuthizeni ngesikhathi kade khona inkulumo phakathi komsolo wesihlanu noKheli Khumalo ngabe iyona nto mhlawumbe noma isinqumo noma mhlawumbe isizathu-ke esadonsa kumdlalo noma mhlawumbe esadonsa kuthizeni kuhlangothi lwethimba lamaphoyisa la kade asesha icala ekuthizeni-ke baqedele ngokuthi-ke lapho-ke lokubulawa kukamufi ngabe kade kuyinto ade beyihlelile noma kade kungasenjalo yini-ke lapho-ke bese athi ufakazi ngoba bekakhulumile ngodaba lama-confessions futhi nodaba locingo noma mhlawumbe ufakazi ade mkhoneka ngaphakathi kocingo lwakwamama uKheli Khumalo-ke ngoba inombolo zocingo lwakhe-ke lezi kade azibizile kezolo lapho iqala ngo-072 lapho-ke athi ngesikhathi kade besenza-ke ukuphenya kwecala labo noma kade besesesha icala khona-ke lapho-ke njalo-ke waqhamuka ukuthi khona-ke inombolo zakamsola wesihlanu-ke phakathi kocingo lwakhe la bekaqoloka axhumana khona naye khona njalo-ke manje bathi futhi-ke khona-ke udaba locingo-ke noma mhlawumbe iy'thombe ezatholakala phakathi kocingo okaKheli Khumalo ulongethwala futhi nomswalo wesihlanu isithombe leso-ke isithombe sesikhwama esibonakala ngapho okhona kona ngale kwaso-ke futhi isikhwama leso kade sinemali kusona-ke ngaphakathi-ke futhi labantu laba bobathathu kade benesithombe esisodwa noma isithombe cishe safana kucingo lwabo noma kuyithombe kade zikhona ngaphakathi ucingweni labo futhi batsho khona bathi umnumzana uKenneth Steyn-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi kade thula ufakazi bakhe-ke la ngaphambi kusenkantolo kukhona-ke udaba angakazi adikide kahle-ke noma angakazi aqonde ngalo noma mayelana nayo noma mayelana nenkulumo yakhe-ke ukuthi akhulume inkulumo eqondile eshaya isiqonqosile manje into soyenza-ke kukuthi silalele-ke ukushicilelwa kwayizolo la kade khona-ke kubuza-ke le mibuzo khona.
Yeah, okay, let's play it back if you can. Hello? Are you playing it back?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a serious challenge with regard to the testimony, I think, of Colonel Steyn with regard to that piece of information. So, if I follow you, I could have missed a thing or two, but the essence of what you're saying is the basis for this argument in your submission to the office of the DPP in the form of the memorandum was basically largely on account of what was contained in the confessions.
It was based on all the evidence, my lord, that was supporting confessions at that time. As I've said, that was said, and then subsequently there was things that were discovered that were referring to the communications that links accused 5 and Ms. Kheli Khumalo, which one could not understand, could not get a reasonable explanation as to what is their relationship, because one could establish that they are not related otherwise. So it was not an isolated incident of just the confessions.
So what you're basically saying, if I'm following your narrative, is that there was a communication link that was identified by Ira Steinhouse, Colonel Steinhouse, which linked the accused number 5 and Kelly Kumalo, and the investigation revealed that they were not related. They did not know each other, the things that I've just mentioned now. And then on the basis of that alone, or not really alone, but as a basis of that, the inference grew that this could have been an assassination, a contractual assassination or a hit.
Well, partly true, my lord. What I've said is I don't think I said they don't know each other. I don't think I would have been able to say that. What I said in the investigation, we could not establish their relationship that would justify, for example, that they know each other because they are related, for example, or they are in the same profession, or there's something that is explainable as to how they met. I could not find it in the course of the investigation to say why would these people talk to each other, because the evidence from the expert was that they can place the communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused 5 more than one occasion, and I could not get a justification. It would have been a different situation if the investigation revealed, for example, that they were both in the same profession. Logic would dictate that they would talk, I'm referring to that, or they are related, and logic would dictate that at some time they would talk. I'm saying we would not find it, but I'm not saying they do not know each other, because I can't say that.
Okay, thank you. Now, Brigadier, you said in your earlier explanation that you could not get a reasonable explanation for the contact between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5. Who did you approach for this explanation?
During the course of the investigation, we could not find it. But perhaps one needs to go perhaps deeper as well. The other difficulty that one could not explain, insofar as the report I got from the analyst, is that even the number, because this, the gadget that was downloaded by the police is the one of Ms. Kelly Kumalo. And then this number that relates to accused number 5, where now they established this link, the report I got is that it was deleted. They had to recover it. And that, in addition to this difficulty of understanding, why would you, when an offense has happened in the vicinity, the police wants the device, obviously, to see if they can assist with the investigation. A specific number is deleted back then in 2014. Subsequently, fast-tracking to 2020, we are now aligned with the accused number 5, whom that number is the one that was deleted and recovered later.
Thank you, Brigadier. I will not dwell into this alleged communication between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5. Neither would I confirm that it actually happened. All that I can say in closing this piece, this one. Number one is there was a serious challenge with regard to the testimony, I think, of Colonel Stein with regard to that piece of information.
It's unfair to put that question to the witness without laying the basis for the question. We submit that that question should be ruled out until counsel lays down the basis of what he calls the challenge with regard to the evidence of Colonel Stein.
The court, my lord, I don't know whether I should proceed or should I wait for the court to make a ruling?
Proceed. He's made his point, Mr. Baloyi. He says
yes,
the court to state that there was a serious challenge
yes,
to the evidence that there was communications between Kelly and accused number 5.
yes.
He says you must put the basis there because according to him, it's a bare denial.
Thank you, Manas. The reason why I'm saying this to say, it is because and I don't want to taint somebody else. It is because the defense was able to identify that there were discrepancies in the cell phone records or in the information that was contained in the affidavit of Colonel Stein with regard to the numbers that he referred to as having been Kelly's number and accused number 5's number.
But please, my lord, there's no such evidence. We recalled Colonel Stein, and his evidence is clear. There's no such defects as counsel is putting to the witness. In any case, that point should be left for argument and not put to this witness.
Please, the court, my lord, his evidence definitely is not here. But well, in any event, this witness wasn't there.
And as I listen to the evidence,
yes,
maybe it's a question of language. Mr. Baloyi, you want to say there's no countervailing evidence?
Indeed.
Yeah, we only have an expert evidence from the state. And I don't want to argue the state's case. You, the defense, you've made denials, etc., fine. but we never produced any countervailing evidence up to now. And it's not that you're not going to. Maybe you're going to. But I'm just saying, put it to how I understand the denial.
But my lord, it is again not entirely accurate to say that this evidence is clear. When we were able to identify, the defense was able to identify that there were discrepancies in that evidence. I wonder if the court still remember that little table.
I remember everything.
In the yes, that little table in the affidavit of Colonel Stein, where on one part of the evidence.
There were 5 numbers there. Is that also?
No, man. There were not 5
The
numbers.
communication was based on 5 numbers.
No, what I'm
Okay,
saying.
just leave it.
Yes, what I'm saying, my lord, is that in one part of his affidavit, the same information is twisted. In one part of his affidavit is not similar to what is contained in that little table. So that cannot be said to be a clear evidence. But nonetheless, Brigadier Gininda, I don't think you privy to that information. You see. So you are excused from answering that question, because in any event, when that argument ensued here at court, I don't think you had an insight here.
I think my lord,
Are you excusing this witness not to answer, Mr. Nisi?
Well, I'm only trying to make to.
No, let him answer, because
I'm
this
only
witness,
trying to be fair.
No, wait.
Okay.
I'm listening to all the evidence.
Yes.
This witness argued with you, for instance, concerning the DNA expert evidence. Is that also so?
It is true.
Maybe I don't know. So he says you mustn't answer because he doesn't think you know about that evidence concerning the discrepancies or the forgeries, as it was said, about the numbers which were identified by Stein as belonging to Kelly and accused number 5, and that they communicated on the 15th of October 2014 and on the 8th of August 2014.
Exactly,
I
man.
remember the evidence.
Yes, exactly.
I listen.
But he can answer.
Yes, it was answered.
So, my lord, perhaps let's start with the numbers. The number belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo, it's a 082 number. And that number is even contained in her statement that she made initially to the police, that this is her number. So there's no dispute as to who's the owner, because in her initial statement, when she was giving a statement to the police, you find that number. You actually find 2 numbers, but the second one is what we term the runaway. Is a 072 number that was allegedly taken by the intruders. But the number in question that is relevant in this call is a 082, and that is a number that was downloaded by the police that was not taken, and that number is contained in her affidavit. That is a starting point. this is now this number was contained, my lord, as I said, in this gadget, this handset that was downloaded, and in that handset, that is where now the number, the 073 number, 305, I just forgot the last 4 numbers, linked to accused number 5 was found.
Now, sorry, so that everybody can understand you. When you say the number was contained in the handset, whose handset?
Miss Kelly Command. Now, the number now that was recovered, after there was an attempt to delete it, but then the expert recovered that number, and that number, as I said, my lord, is 073 that is linked to accused number 5.
Atike inombolo esathi
and in the briefing I got my number, this is the number that communicated with Ms. Kelly Kumalo both in August and October using data, not normal line. That's the briefing I got. Now the link of this number to accused number 5, my lord, you will find it in his profile. I'll start there because that's what we had this in 2020 when we had sites on him, my lord. You will further find it in some of his bank statements which we recently discovered, my lord. I think it's Capitex and that bank, that number is listed there, as well as in some of the traffic registrations where Natis captures. So that number under his name, under his ID number, that number is there. It actually even appears on the exhibit which are dealt with in this court when Advocate Msholo was leading me about the traffic fines that he got, where it was relevant to this state or not. If you go there, see that this is the number under his initials, surname, and ID number. That is the number that appears. So there is no doubt that the number is his, my lord, or is associated with his particulars. But what is also prudent to mention, my lord, is that the same gadget of Ms. Kelly Kumalo, in the same downloads, there is also a link in terms of the see-through bag money that goes to accused number 3. There's a link by the see-through bag. Yeah, they continue.
No, wait, Brigadier Gininda. Don't forget that I also represent accused number 3. What did you just say then?
I'm saying, in addition, I've dealt now with the course, so I'm saying yes. The same gadget of Ms. Kelly Kumalo.
Yeah.
In it, when they did the download, a see-through bag containing money was found.
Yes.
Now, that bag is also found in the cell phone gadget of accused number 3 as well as Mr. Longo Trana.
So, just to understand you, so it means there's a resemblance of what was found, the pictures that were found in Kelly's phone, and the pictures that were found in accused number 3, and the pictures that were found in Longo's phone are similar of that see-through bag money.
My Lord, that is contained in a statement of Colonel Stein, where he says a similar bag is found in the following gadget, and that is the report I believe I got from him. Now, when I say link to accused number 3, my Lord, the gadgets that I'm referring to, it is the gadgets that was seized from him according to the statement, or allegedly seized from him under Cleveland case 96 of 2015 by Masondo, as well as Sergeant Dr. Mutambi, then when they arrested him. So you have a direct link, because then it's alleged that it was found in his possession. And subsequent to his downloading, we even dealt with the photos that were found inside.
Sorry. I'm just reminding myself. It's staying top of an XBY process. In other words, the police, if you buy a furniture, that's how they put it. If you buy a furniture on credit, they take your name, your address, your ID number, and then you get a ticket, for instance, etc., or you are charged in another case. The police have a means of extracting.
Yes, that is correct.
What did he call the process?
XDX. XDS.
That's it.
That's the statement that he used.
XDX process for the police.
Now, my Lord, with due respect, I'm sorry, Mr.
This is what Stein said. That process which he talks about. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Stein refers to it with a scientific name. He says it's an XDX done by the police. That's the evidence I listened to.
Now, I want to fit that XDX explanation that comes into the I mean, that comes from the court. I want to.
It doesn't come from me. Please. It's the evidence of state. Unless you say I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying that.
When you say it comes from the court.
No, or that's the court referred to now.
I take special attention to relay the facts as I heard them. It's Stein who said that, not me.
Yes.
I'm regurgitating the evidence given by Stein.
Yes, man.
Yes, man. Doesn't come from me.
Yes, man.
Okay.
Now, my clarification, the point on which I request that I should be clarified on is, this witness is now testifying about the bag that was the see-through bag of money, a picture, not bag of money, a picture of a see-through bag of money that was found in accused number 3's phone, Longwe's phone, as well as Kelly's phone. He says that in the context of testifying about the communication between accused number 5 and Kelly. Now that XDX thing, how does it feature
it doesn't
in this evidence?
No. It doesn't communicate about Kelly. It communicates about the numbers. Is that the numbers of the asset?
The numbers.
The numbers.
Associated.
It doesn't know Kelly from a bar of soap. But he communicates about a number which he says, not me, which he says it was duplicated between himself and accused number 5 and vice versa. If it's correct, that's what he said, if I recall the evidence, not the person.
And that is the explanation that I needed to get, my lord. That is that XDX thing with regard to the picture of the white bag of money or what? A white bag of money that was the see-through bag of money that was allegedly accused number 3's phone, Kelly's phone, and Longo's phone.
So, my lord, no, I think the advocate is, perhaps let me explain it this way so that it becomes clearer. We're talking about two systems. XDS is a system that will contain the details of an individual, be it as the court rightfully said, opens a bank with FNB, you submit your details. Those details by the experts who are registered, they can recover and see what number did you give, what address did you give. You buy a furniture, the court is in this amount, you will get the employment details, you will get them. And in terms of the chronological order up to the latest information. That is a system that the expert utilize to get the information in terms of your numbers, your addresses, your recent employment, etc., etc. That is now my understanding of the function of that system, which is separate to the second part of the see-through bag that I'm going to come to my note. Now, my lord, coming now to the downloads. Now, that is now my understanding and experience that I have. Downloads come from the gadget itself. So, in other words, you have to have the handset and then the expert with the expertise.
Brigadier Gininda, there are experts who testified about downloads. They testified in detail. People who have for the expertise will not come and say, that is my understanding. People who will say we've been trained in this. You understand? Simple. The question that I posed to you the last 15 minutes was, could it have been so that the relationship or the fact that there was a cell phone contact between accused number 5 and Kelly Kumalo
Over. Hello? Fidel. Okay. Yes. Indistinct. So I said, B. Fine. I'm told by my registrar that it stopped recording, that machine. Is it correct, sir?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. In other words, when Mr. Mnisi posts the question that there are experts, etc., who will come and explain, or who explains, not a person who says, my understanding. My registrar tells me that the machine, after that, stopped, as it has stopped now. Are you with me?
Indeed, my lord.
Can you confirm that it has stopped? Bazothi, hey. Again.
No, the machine stopped now.
Yeah.
My lord, we need to use the machine so that we can continue with this process.
Yeah, fine. I'm just explaining. So it will, after this lull, it will again start and record whatever was said thereafter.
Yes.
So we must wait. Okay, fine. Are you telling me you don't get the gist of the dispute between you guys?
Yes, my lord. We got the gist.
I mean,
Yes. I think it's been resolved. The witness was answering the previous question regarding Colonel Steyn.
Yeah.
And that's when advocate needs to stop him.
okay, that was
Yes.
when you objected after that.
Yes.
But that is not accurate, my lord. The court wanted to find out what was the dispute all about. And I said, my last question to the Brigadier was, Brigadier, I asked this question actually 15 minutes ago, and I was actually very savvy with time. It could have been 40 minutes ago. That the fact that you found that there was or it is alleged that there was a communication between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, could that have been used as a basis to conclude that this was a hit?
Okay.
That is when then the machine stopped.
So he must answer that.
Yes, because it has not been answered, my
no.
lord. Yes.
So
this
you are
explanation that took
you are
30
waiting-
minutes.
You are waiting for him to answer that question.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, so that we must have progress.
Yes.
Do you understand what Mr. This is getting at?
I do, my lord.
Okay, let's continue then. Where's this guy? Ubalekile manje. Yeah, start the machine. Wait until he starts the machine.
Okay, man.
maybe on a lighter note, Manuel, I think we forget to estimate the score here.
The what?
The score.
Which score is that now?
The score is between the defense and the state.
No, the way I understand this, you are saying you are waiting Brigadier Gininda to answer that question.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we proceed.
Yes.
But the problem now, this machine has got stuck.
Yes, for
is
the
not recording.
proceedings of today, yes.
Yeah, it's not recording.
Yes.
So we're waiting for it to record.
Yes, my lord.
It's obvious Trump is a better machine operator. Yeah, he played a video for the whole world to see.
I think Dr. Sibande is writing a paper on that subject. Yes, I think he can. He's writing a paper on land expropriation.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Are you doing that, sir? Because that topic, I thought it's exhausted. Land expropriation. Why, Mr. Ramasipili, was surprised? Mandela, Sobukwe, Kotani, Joe Slovo, Mabida, Sisulu, Tambo. For 30 years, they debated that issue. I know it because I'm sorry to say it, my uncle is Moses Kotani. So they debated that issue about expropriation without compensation. Actually, the Pan-Africanist Congress used to say, we'll point them, we'll chase them into the sea. And they came with this compromise, Section 25 of the Constitution. And we know what happened in the other country, in Zimbabwe. They chased away all the whites with their suitcases. Now they are paying them back for the land. So maybe people must just take the view of the senior guys who debated this issue. You can't tell me that Mandela he doesn't have the inkling as to how to solve the problems we had concerning our history. Because these guys, the Afrikaners, they are here for 800 years. Are you aware of that? Yes. 800 years. 1648 actually. We normally say 1652. Diego came in 1648 or 2, somewhere there, ne? 42, ne? So these guys have been here for 800 years. And they regard themselves as Africans. Like the Trumps. The Trumps went to America in the Mayflower, 1538, somewhere there, is that not so? When the British occupied and conquered North America. The English, today they are guys like Trump, for instance, they regard themselves as Americans. And then, of course, there was a genocide of the native races, the so-called Apaches and so forth, like with us here. They say the Khoisan came here before us. And apparently there's some historical truth in that, because there were these drawings, which we found here. We were not artists. We just ate the meat. But then they have drawings of animals, etc., etc., etc. And it's sad to say it, and sad. But we also, in a way, committed genocide against Barwa, the so-called Khoisan. And we denigrated them. If a person looked at you down, we used to call you Aikimo Ramotole. So this problem, it's a long held problem. I don't know what's going to happen about it. Because, can you imagine, Simon van der Stel, he sold that farm before he died. You remember, he went away to Batavia. So a guy like Baloyi, the only difference was that he's white and he's Dutch, bought the farm. So there's change of title deed for 600 to 800 years. Okay. All right. Yeah, icale futhi mfowethu.
I'm repeating again. I called that question 15 minutes ago. And then we are now gadget.
So this is what was recorded today, ne? Hello, am I correct? Huh?
Not today, yesterday. I'm repeating.
Oh, okay.
Could it have been so that the fact that there was this alleged communication, cell phone communication between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, used as one point to conclude that that this was indeed a contractual assassination, amongst others?
As a please, my lord. Counsel asked a question that there was a challenge with Colonel Stein's evidence regarding the communication between accused number 5 and Kelly Khumalo. And the court then said, but the state objected, and the court said the witness should answer. The witness is now busy explaining it. Now, counsel stops the witness from explaining it. The very same question that counsel posed. We submit, my lord, that the witness should be allowed to complete his answer regarding the earlier question that was put to the witness.
No, madam. It does not work out like that. Look, my question is very simple. It does not need expertise on cell phone gadgets or wherever. The question is that, could it have been one of the factors that was taken into account that the cell phone conversation that was allegedly found to exist between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 used as a fact to say that this was actually a contractual assassination? That was my question.
There was no such question. We were still busy with that initial question.
No, the state can't say that there was no such question. We can play the record.
Yeah, there was such.
Yes.
There was a question like that. So was this gentleman, the brigadier must answer that question. Because you're objecting, that they are stopping him from answering that question.
My lord, it boils down to this simple fact. Which question was Brigadier Gininda answering?
Yeah.
He was still answering that initial question about Stein's evidence, explaining about how the downloads works, and that's when Advocate Nisi then said, but that's not the question that I asked you. That is the crux of the issue.
Okay, Mr. Nisi, can you answer that question again? For Mr. Brigadier Stein, so that we have progress. Whether this alleged communication between Kelly and accused number 5 was interpreted amongst other interpretations, or it was found by yourself that it proves or indicates that there was a contractual killing.
Yes, my lord. So
is that how you pose the question, Mr. Nis?
I got a bit of a disturbance. I couldn't follow
what
the conversation.
I'm saying, you are saying,
yes,
the fact that accused number 5 and allegedly accused number 5 and Kelly communicated.
Yes, my lord.
Was it one of the indicators to the brigadier that communication was in pursuance of a contractual killing? Is that how?
Yes, my lord.
So you must answer it and then we make progress.
Yes.
Is that so, Mr.?
Yes, that's a new question, yes.
Yeah, fine.
It's not a new question.
Okay, but you want to ask that question in any case.
I'm not so sure, Malo, whether we're starting formally now with today's
No, we are formal.
proceedings. Yes.
We are recording.
As it please the court, Malo.
I mean, we're fighting about, it's not that question, it is that question. We have had evidence over 60,000 pages.
Yes.
We're arguing about 2 minutes evidence in this court.
Exactly.
Please.
Yes.
Let's go on. So you answer that question and Mr. Nisi will proceed.
My apologies, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
The state just reminded me that we did not remind the witness that he's still
Under oath, he knows.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Yes, okay, fine.
So, my lord, it is correct to say the communication, and I want to explain it in the context that I was moving on, because I was moving step by step yesterday, so that it's not misunderstood.
Yeah.
No, it's not an objection. I'm just stating that the proceedings are formally started.
All right, no, I
Thank you.
understand. And it was all, my lord, kicking off from the confessions, because in the confession of accused number 1, the 2 confessions of accused number 1, that is where you find the name of Miss Kelly Khumalo as the trigger point of this assassination. Then
athi ufakazi athi lokhuza ufakazi ukuthi angakhohlwa ukuthi sisasengaphansi kwesifungo ke mayelana nodaba lombuzo oqhamukile ukuthi ngabe yini le yaphoqa amaphuzu ukuthi wathatha isinqumo noma ayenza amaphuzu ukuthi athatha isinqumo sokuthi ke ngoba kade khona inkulumo phakathi komsola wesihlanu ke futhi noKhili Khumalo ke baqedela ngokuthi bona ke lokubulawa kukamufi into ade ehleliwe phansi ke bese athi ufakazi uma aphendula mayelana nodaba lama confessions amabili ke ayenziwa ama confession lawo ke enziwa komsola oqala ukuthi
No, I said the confession indicates that the trigger point is Miss Kelly Khumalo. The 2 confessions.
Kulama confessions ke amabili ke enziwa ke umsola oqala ke ukuthi umuntu ophakathi nendawo noma mhlawumbe oxhumanisa labantu laba ke uKhili Khumalo.
Then from there, my lord, we move to the 2 confessions of accused 2. And similarly, on those 2 confessions, the name of Miss Kelly Khumalo comes up as a trigger point.
Athi futhi imuva kwalokho bese abahamba ke bakuma confessions ayenziwa ke umsola wesibili ngesikhathi kade belalele ama confessions enziwa ke umsola wesibili ukuthi umuntu kade baxhumanisa futhi khona ke igama lakhe lavela ke lapho ke uKhili Khumalo.
Now it is in these 2 confessions, my lord, of accused number 2, where now the names of accused 3, 4 and 5 comes into the picture, because that is a sequence of events and it will tally or be explained correctly when you start doing the linkages, because up to that stage the names of accused 3, 4 and 5 were sort of like silent, but when you get to the confessions of number 2, then you see the name of accused number 3, number 4, number 5. They now come into the picture.
Athi ke uma ngaba ubuka ke kuma confessions ke kamsola wesibili ke lapho ke kula qhamuke khona ke amagama wabasola abalandelayo kumsola wesithathu umsola wesine futhi umsola wesihlanu ke futhi umuntu akade ebaxhumanisa mhlawumbe umuntu akade eqhumuza labantu laba ke lapho ke uLokheli Khumalo bathi khona njalo uma ngabe kade buke confession noma ama confession amabili ke lapho ke kade enziwe umsola oqala ke akakhulumile ngomsola wesithathu umsola wesine futhi nomsola wesihlanu.
Now, my lord, subsequent to these confessions, then the investigation proceeded to collaborate and verify what was contained in the confessions.
Athi ngesikhathi kade besenza ukusesha kwecala labo ke lapho kulabo baxhumanisa khona ke lofakazi ade busalane ngemuva noma kade bulandelana ngendlela ke lapho ke ethize baxhumanise konke okuxhumanayo.
And this is where now, my lord, that investigation, and I'm going to leave others which are not important for this purpose, led to the establishment of the communication between Miss Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, both in August and October of 2014.
Athi futhi lapho ke kula khona ke bazama ukuthola ukuthi ngabe kade bexhumaniswa yini ke umsola wesihlanu ke futhi noKhili Khumalo ngenyanga noma ngesikhathi kade bekhuluma ocingweni ke ngenyanga kaOctober futhi nangenyanga kaAugust ngomnyaka ka2014.
As well as the see-through bag of money that was found in Miss Kelly Khumalo's gadget, accused 3 and Mr. Longotwala.
Athi futhi olunye kodaba olukhona ke ukuthi kade khona ke isithombe leso sinemali ke ngaphakathi isithombe bokhona ukuthi ubone phakathi kusona ke isithombe leso ke basithola ngaphakathi kocingo lokaMsola wesithathu futhi uKhili Khumalo futhi noLongotwala.
But further to that, my lord, it also, during this process of investigation, 4 numbers at that initial stage. I know later they expanded, but at the beginning there were then 4 numbers of Miss Kelly Khumalo that were discovered, that they were active, but she did not disclose to the police at the time. And by the time I got involved, the window period of establishing the data or asking the data from the networks had expired. In other words, the three-year window period has expired, so we couldn't get the data. But what we were able to establish is that there were 4 numbers in my recollection that were not disclosed, and Kenneth Stein was able to establish them, that these numbers were belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo. They were active during this period, but they were not disclosed to the police. Only 2 numbers were disclosed to the police when this incident took place.
Athi-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi-ke uKelly Khumalo ehlangana namaphoyisa akakaze akhuluma iqiniso mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo zakhe noma yebo mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo zakhe ezine-ke lapho-ke athi kade enenombolo-ke ezine ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka icala leli-ke lapho-ke kepha ngesikhathi bekakhulumisana namaphoyisa watshela amaphoyisa ukuthi yena unenombolo ezimbili zocingo-ke lapho-ke kepha uyasho khona ukuthi yena-ke ngesikhathi bekaqala ungenelela kule cala leli ephenye icala leli-ke lapho-ke kade sekudlule isikhathi seminyaka emithathu-ke la bekazokhona ukuthi athole khona iqiniso liphelele lonkana mayelana nodaba lokuthi-ke ngabe ley'nombolo eziqiqinisweni kade kuyeza kaKelly Khumalo noma kade kungasizo yini ezikaKelly Khumalo. Besithi khona-ke ubuchwepheshe uthizeni wabiza ngegama likaKenneth Stein athi uyena-ke owenza lowo msebenzi loyo-ke ngemuva kwesikhathi-ke kulagcina sekathola khona-ke mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo lezi-ke ezine-ke lapho-ke ukukuthi inombolo lezi ezine zonkana kade kuyinombolo zakaKelly Khumalo, kepha ngesikhathi bekakhuluma namaphoyisa akakaze awatshele ngazo zonke ley'nombolo zakhe-ke ngenombolo zocingo zakhe kade zine-ke lapho-ke kepha watshela amaphoyisa mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo zocingo ezimbili nje kuphela.
Now, my lord, the importance of these numbers, or me mentioning them, it is relevant in that when you moved to the confessions, it is clearly indicated that there seems to have been a communication from one of the accused with sisters. They refer to the name sisters, but the insinuation is that there was a communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and the accused, but it was in that effort in trying to establish that link to say if there seems to have been a communication as is contained in the confession between one of the accused and I think the confession refers to accused number 3 in particular, communicating with Ms. Kelly Khumalo. I wanted to establish that link to say, but if there was this communication, surely the cell phone records, because are there, must show. And in the absence of not finding that link on the day of the incident, that is why I said either then there would have been inaccurate recording on the confession or there is something that we are missing. And that is how now the expert, in endeavor to uncover the truth, then found out that there were these numbers belonging to her that were active but not reported to the police.
Athi khona-ke lapho-ke kumala nodaba laba-confessions kade lo muntu bembiza ngokuthi usisi-ke lapho-ke futhi umuntu okuwusisi kade exhumana noyedwa wabasolwa-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi-ke kade besenza ucwaningo labo noma usesha kwecala labo-ke lapho-ke bona njengethimba lezesiphoyisa futhi uyasho khona ukuthi malana nodaba lele-confession kula khona-ke kuyigama lakamsola liqhamuka khona-ke lapho-ke ukuthi umsola wesithathu uye kade akhulumisana igama likamsola laqhamuka khona-ke ukuthi ngabe kade kuye bekakhulumisana nolokuzana noKelly Khumalo ke lapho-ke futhi uyasho kwanza ukuthi ngesikhathi nakangenelela lapho-ke esephenye icala leli-ke kula wathola khona-ke ulwazi lolokho ngesikhathi bekalalela udaba lwama-confessions noma ngesikhathi kade abukeke kuma-confessions lapho-ke futhi ujobelele inkulumo yakhe washo lokho okulandelayo kuwukuthi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokho-ke kepha-ke lo muntu akakazi ngesikhathi selanga leli ngelanga leli lesigameko lapho-ke kukhona la kungakhulunyiwe iqiniso khona-ke lonkana eliphelele mayelana nodaba lwey'nombolo zocingo.
But of utmost importance, my lord, with regard to the calls, to the 2 calls that links Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5, is that the number that was recovered that is associated with accused number 5 was actually recorded. I forgot to mention yesterday. The name that was attached to this number is NA, and there was no name. It simply says NA. And this is one of the factors that one considered when one said we could not establish any relationship that could be reasonably explained. Because, for example, if they were relatives, I'm not sure if you can record your relative as NA or friends, but that is how it was stored. And then obviously efforts were made to delete it, in other words to conceal it, but then it was discovered. So that part of how it was recorded, I forgot to mention that yesterday, my lord.
Athi-ke kunodaba akhohliwe ukuthi alikhulumeke izolo ngesikhathi kade aletha ufakazi bakhe kufakazi la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke athi melana ney'khathi lezi ezimbili-ke la kuxhumana khona-ke umswala wesihlanu-ke futhi nokhelu khumalo athi inombolo ekhona-ke lapho-ke kulo cingo lokade ibhalwe ukuthi u-NA shuthi ayibhaliwe igama lomuntu-ke lapho-ke kepha athina-ke lokho kuyamdida-ke noma mhlawumbe kuyamxaka-ke lokho ngoba kungani uma ngabe umuntu ohlobene naye-ke usube ushayelana naye ucingweni ungabhali igama lakhe uma ngaba useva-ke iy'nombolo zakhe ngaphansi kucingo lwakho-ke futhi wajobelela incazelo yakhe washo khona ukuthi le nombolo lezi-ke ngemuva kwalokho-ke kunala kade zicishiwe khona usho ukuthi kunala kade zidilithiwe khona-ke kepha ngemuva kwesikhathi babuya futhi bakuthola-ke ukuthi kade khona uxhumana phakathi kwale nombolo ezimbili ezithizeni-ke lapho-ke futhi washo khona ukuthi khona-ke lokho-ke kungani uma ngabe umuntu uxhumana naye noma uhlobene naye ungeke uze ubhale igama uma ngabe ususeva iy'nombolo zakhe ngaphansi kucingo.
Now that, my lord, taken into account with, or rather subsequent to this, or in addition to this, statements were also obtained, and I will not go into the details because obviously those witnesses I know will go to the exercise that they were not called, but statements were obtained, and in my recollection perhaps one or two.
Sorry, Brigadier, I did not get about the details and the witnesses who have not been called. Just can you please repeat
So I'm saying yes. Statements from witnesses were obtained, which corroborated what was contained in the confession insofar as this accused, and we touched base about it yesterday a bit, being at the crime scene and obviously the arguments that were made after the deceased was killed. But in my recollection, there may have been also assertions that the accused may have received the orders from Ms. Kelly Kumalo. So in the course of the investigation, other than this, such, my lord, in my recollection, I just have to make sure which statement says that and then be specific. But in the investigation, we found such as well, my lord.
Athi ngesikhathi kade besenza-ke bona-ke ukusesha kwecala labo-ke lapho-ke mina nodaba ley'tatimende zofakazi-ke abanye-ke kepha awuthi akanaso isiqiniseko sokuthi basezobabiza yini ngaphambi kwenkantolo ethize bazokwenza isiqiniseko sey'tatimende zabo noma mayelana nodaba ley'tatimende zabo-ke kepha athi khona-ke iy'tatimende zathathwa lapho-ke futhi iy'tatimende lezo kade zihambisana nenkulumo kade khona-ke ngaphansi kwe-confession la ekuthizeni mhlawumbe khona-ke mhlawumbe-ke lapho-ke ukheli khumalo uyena-ke owaphoqela noma oweza nalo hlelo noma mhlawumbe nale nkulumo mhlawumbe noma nale nkulumo ethizeni-ke kumele kubulawe umuntu.
Now, of importance, my lord, of further importance is that then the profile, the cold case analysis, as much as it was done on accused 1 and 2, same exercise was done on accused 3, 4, and 5.
Athi-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi athi besenza-ke icala leli-ke lapho-ke malana nodaba lwe-cold profile case lapho-ke athi uhambo abalenza noma mhlawumbe into abayenza-ke lapho malana nomsola wokuqala nowesibili futhi bayenza malana nomsola wesithathu nomsola wesine-ke futhi nomsola wesihlanu.
I do not intend, my lord, to defame the accused, but what we found is that in their profile, the narrative of this assassination, I just don't know how to find the right wording without defaming the accused, my lord. But what we found in the profile, insofar as the cases in particular that they were sentenced for, in particular
sorry, Brigadier, we've got 5 accused here.
That's what I'm going there.
Which one are you referring to?
No, I think you jumped in just when I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Accused 3, 4, and 5, because at that time, my lord, when we zoom on them, they were already serving sentence. They were already convicted and serving sentence in different prisons. Particularly those that were convicted, 2 is 3 and 4. 5 was convicted while we were busy with the trial, my lord. 3, 4, and 5.
Athi ngesikhathi kade besenza-ke usesha kwicala labo lapho-ke esikhathini kade kusebesenza khona nje lapho-ke usocongo-ke noma bekhuluma ngodaba losocongo khona-ke labathola khona-ke ekuthizeni umsola wesithathu futhi nomsola wesine kade bona-ke sele begwetshiwe-ke lapho-ke kepha kumsola wesihlanu-ke nana wagwetshwa ngesikhathi kade icala liqhubake.
Now, taking into account all these facts, my lord.
Sorry, Brigadier. Now, you see, this is exactly what happened yesterday. The question that I posed yesterday, up until thus far, And in today's proceedings, we're almost 20 minutes in them. It has not yet been answered. You're coming with peripheral, collateral issues, and ultimately you're coming up with evidence that is inadmissible against this accused in this trial. Because what you've just saying now, that's character evidence.
So, my lord, as I was saying, I was at the conclusion.
Do you agree that this is character evidence? Which is inadmissible, and as a high-ranking officer, you know, you don't need to do that.
So, my lord, if I may just then conclude, because it answers Advocate Mnisi's question. I felt it was important to indicate how did I come to the conclusion, because my understanding of the question from Advocate Mnisi is that in my statement or submission to the DPP, I made a submission that this offense was unconsensual killing. The killing was not just a robbery gone wrong. There was a contract to assassinate the deceased. And these factors that I've mentioned, my lord, I felt are important because they informed me. Evidence was collected that points to that direction, and I was merely indicating them as to what informed me to come to this conclusion. Hence I was saying, my lord, taking these facts that I've mentioned in totality, that is why then we came to a conclusion that there could have been no other way but to conclude that this was a contractual killing, and that is the answer to the question. The background is what informed me step by step, moving from the confession and additional evidence that was collected, my lord.
Athi ke incazelo yakhe kuukuthi ehambisana malana nombuzo kade ubuziwe lapho ke yena befuthi baqala bekafisa ukuthi noma bekade aqala ke qalele emuva la kade liqale khona ke noma ngendlela kade hambe ngalo ke uma ngabe phina ke lo mbuzo kuukuthi lapho ke kade abana bengayile kuba ngenzi kepha kade beceliwe ukuthi izini baze bazobulala ke lapho ke noma kade betsheliwe ekuthizeni kumele ukuthi beze bafike babulale ke lapho ke athi malana nofakazi ke abutholile ngesikhathi kade amikisa ke uhlelo lakhe le presentation kuma office wethimba labashushisi ke lapho ke kuukuthi kade atholeke ulwazi olukadanalo nomhlambi imininingwane lokadanakwe ngemuva kokuthi yena kaphenye icala noma kasesha icala lelike ekukuthi le inkulumo bekayikhuluma esikhathini esindlule lapho ke futhi athi ufakazi kade anabo kade bukhomba encamashi noma kade bushaya isikhonkosini ekuthizeni ke lobugebengu noma mhlawumbi ke asithi mhlawumbe sehlo lesesehlakwe lapho ke kade kuyinto ade ihleliwe futhi kade kuyinto ade bephoqelekile ekuthizeni bayenze.
And I do agree, my lord, that the part that relates to the accused, insofar as the profiling is you know, it boiled it down, as Advocate Mnisi is saying, to character evidence. And it was not my intention. That's why I tried to explain that. I don't know how to put it. I simply put it because it's one of the factors that I've considered, but it meant no harm. And that is why I've said it more than one occasion, that it is not meant to defame the accused. That was not my intention. It was simply to place before court the facts that were considered when one then came to this contractual killing arrangement, my lord, or proposal.
Athi ke lapho ke ngesikhathi beyakhuluma nenkulumo ke la kade umnomzana umnisi kade amisa khona ke kuumelo wenu ke banomzana ukuthi izini ke nake angacekeli isithunzi senu phansi nomhlamba akhulume ke ngane njengongathi mhlawumbe sekancekela phansi ke athi lokho kade angahlosile ukuthizini kenze lokho ke kepha bekenza lokhu ngoba kade afisa ukuthi achazele inkosi enkantolo kabanzi noma ngokugcwele emalana nalokho kade nakutholile futhi asho khona njalo ukuthi lapho ukudutshula kamufi nesikhathi kade kusenzeka isigameko lesike kade ukudutshula kamufi kade ukudutshula kuthizeni kade kuhleliwe phansi futhi bekhulumile bese bazwana ke kepha kade kungasukuthi kade aba igebengu lezi mhlawumbe igila mkhuba lezi ke kade ziye lapha ekuthizeni zobamba inkunzi.
So I just wanted to explain that, my lord, that I agree with Advocate Mnisi. So there was no ill intention from my side. It was just to try and explain the facts that were considered.
Athi uyavumelana ke nommeli bekangamisela ekuthizeni ke lokho kube kube nobungozi ngaphakathi noma kuzomunye ubuhlungu.
Thank you, Brigadier. The apology is well accepted. And on behalf of the accused that I represent, I think that will go to my colleagues as well.
Understood, my lord.
Thank you. And what also is comforting on behalf of the accused, the court has said on a number of occasions that he is trained enough to separate what is not wanted from the wheat. In other words, to separate trash from the wheat. I've got no doubt in my mind about that, about what the court said in that regard. But thank you. Brigadier, you're quite right. When you investigate a case, you know, you don't underestimate each and every little thing that you get. In other words, you just take out each and everything that you get, you put it into the case docket, and then you submit it to the office of the DPP, or to the prosecution. So.
Bathi ke uma ngabe mnumzana usenza kokuphenya kwecala uma usesha icala lapho ke akukho lo uthatha kancane mhlawumbe ongakubeki ke lapho ke nje eqondile kepha konke okutholayo usuthi uyakuthatha ke bese ukumikise kwithimba labashushisi noma kumovisi abashushisi akusenjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
It's like a flooded river that will carry whatever that it gets along its way and then it goes and throw it into the ocean and so.
But lapho usuthi kufana ke nomfula ke uma ngabe umfula usugcwele usukhukhula noma usugcwele amanzi amaningi uthatha amanzi lawo bese waletheke ngale elwandle akusinjalo yini?
Well, I suppose, my lord, insofar as it's related to that matter, the matter that we're investigating, yes, you will have to investigate, follow each and every lead, but you focus on that case. Yeah. So I'm not sure, because my understanding of the river collects everything. I suppose even if it's not relevant, then it will be collected. I think this approach will be slightly different. Yes, any lead that comes, insofar as the matter that is before court, we have to investigate, collect, and submit to the DPP. But the relevance will be what we're investigating and not any other matter.
Yeah.
Athi yebo angafisa ukuthi athi yebo kunjalo kepha kanaso isiqiniseko sokuthi ngabe umfula wona ke ngabe uthatha ukuthize noma uthatha ukuthize kepha umfula wona ke uma ngabe usuthatha uhambisa amanzi uthatha konke lokho kusemanzini ke bese ukuthelele elwandle kepha athi yebo uma ngabe bona ke uma besesha icala njengethimba lesiphoyisa ke lapho ke ulwazi oluncane nolwazi oluncane usube balithulile lapho ke bavame ukuthizini balisale emuva.
The example of a river, Brigadier, is in a context of a particular case that is being investigated. Yes, I don't mean all the cases, no, in the context of a particular case. Thank you.
I understand, my lord, and I agree.
Kade athi sibonelo sokusebenzisa ke umfula lapho ukuthi ngabe ukuthi bekenza nje sibonelo sokuthizeni uma ngabe amaphoyisa esesha amacala kuva akusukuthi wonke amacala bawasesha kepha becala lithizeni lokho abakutholayo kumele osale kumuva athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, thank you. Back to the case that we're busy with now. You amassed and collated all the information that you have just alluded to now, and prepared a memorandum that included all the information that you've just testified about now and presented it to the office of the DPP for a decision.
Bathi ke lapho usuthole lonke ke ulwazi noma lonke ulwazi kade unalo ke mayelana necala leli. Ngemuva ukuthola ke ulwazi lonke lokade unalo bese uyahamba ke wona ke uvakasha kuma office wabashushisa abakhulu kuthimba la khona ke ekuthizeni ufike umikise presentation yakho akusinjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo noma yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. Now, the process that the office of the DPP as prosecutors will do in arriving at a particular decision, it's a very meticulous and a tedious one.
Athi ke lapho ke uhlelo noma mhlawumbe uhambo lwethimba labashushisi ngaphambi kokuthi bafike kusinqumo sabo kumele bahlale phansi bacabange futhi bacabangisise kahle ngokujulile konke okusube banako ngaphambi kwabo kusinjalo yini?
Please, my lord, I think this now for the third day that council has been busy with the same issue. Is the reason, my lord, why this issue is being revisited over and over again, my lord. We submit that it should now be ruled out. I think it's been sufficiently canvassed the past 3 days.
Now, I'm not so sure which issue is the state referring to, my lord. That has been repeated for almost 3 days.
It's talking about the selection.
The
selection of, for instance, the charges to be preferred, the indictment, etc.
No, I'm not.
And he says it's a process which is done by the staff of the DPP, but the Director of Public Prosecutions is the one who decides. Like we said, we must read section 196, 76, 79 of the NPA Act. This witness doesn't select or make a decision about charging. He can, at the worst, he can recommend. But the man who makes a decision, it's the DPP. Is that what you are trying to put across?
Yes, indeed, my lord. And the whole issue of the presentation of the docket, those issues have been covered in the past 3 days.
No, that is pretty wrong, my lord. We would never agree with that kind of an approach, because it's public knowledge. It's there in the internet. It's everywhere. How does an office of the or how does a prosecutor comes into a particular decision? I'm laying a background here to this witness of the question that I will come and pose to him later on. So I cannot be barred from laying a background, because that's public knowledge.
You mean the public knows how
prosecutors take decisions?
How the DPP performs her duties or his duties?
No, how do prosecutors take a decision?
How they perform their duties. Whether they take a decision or not, they perform a duty.
Yes, that's
public
knowledge.
The public knows about that.
It's public knowledge. It's
okay,
there in the NPA Act.
Fine.
Yes, it's there in the NPA Act,
okay.
Which is it's a national legislation. It's a public legislation. So there's nothing untoward from the question that I'm asking this witness.
Okay.
Thank you. So I was just saying that the process of making a decision by the office of the DPP is a very laborious, meticulous, and a tedious one.
Athi lapho ke sothi esimu mhlawumbe uhambo nomhlawumbe uhlelo ovama ukuthatha ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke uhambo olujulile futhi noma uhlelo olujulile lapho ke ngoba kumele baqaphe konke khona ke ngaphakathi kwalokade upresenter futhi naphakathi kwedocket bese bahlale phansi bakufundisise bese bacabangisise kahle ngaphambi kokuthatha isinqumo kusenjalo yini.
I'm listening, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Thank you, Brigadier. In other words, they serve as a strain or a filter from what they received from investigating team and what they need to go and present at court.
Athi ke ngamanye amagama usukuthi bahlala phansi ke bona babuke lokho abalethelwe ke umseshi wecala. Ngemuva ukuthi babuke ke lomse bahluza ke lapho ukuthi ngabe yini ukuthi bathathe bayimikise ngaphambi kokuthi enkantolo ethizeni ke inkosi enkantolo bese ithwesa abantu noma isici siyaqala ke ihlala phansi ilalela icala.
Listening, my lord. Yes.
Thank you.
Yebo ngilalele.
Thank you, Brigadier. And I've got no doubt in my mind that in this case, that is exactly what happened.
Athi akanako ukungabaza ke na ke ngicabanga ukuthi kulecala ngabe yilokho kwenzeka.
Before we proceed, or before I proceed, you had indicated that at some point there was an application for a warrant of arrest against Kelly Khumalo, which was not authorized. Did I get you well in that?
Athi ke esikhathini esidlule kunala ukukhuluma khona ke ngodaba lokuthi khona ke incwadi kade wena ke uyicelile noma isicelo kade usenzile sencwadi ezokuvumela noma ezokuphilungelo lekuthizeni amaphoyisa ke besabopha uKelly Khumalo. Athi ngabe uzwe kahle ama akuzwile kahle ngalo daba lolo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo ungizwe kahle.
Thank you. Because also that information is now in the public domain. Actually, it came from you. What was the reason why that application was declined?
Athi ke lolo lwazi lolo liqhamuke nawe ke manje umbuzo ukuthi kungani isicelo lesibangakazi basivume noma kungani sile banqaba ke isicelo leso?
So the first part of the question, my lord, it is not 100% correct to say it came from me. It was initiated by the late Advocate Mngomezulu during the trial within trial.
athi lapho kumalana nephuzu lokuqala akusukuthi ulwazi oluqhamuke naye kepha kulwazi lwaqhamuka nosele ashona noma sele angasekho ke umnumzana advocate Ngomezulu ngesikhathi kade abuza ke imibuzo ngesikhathi kade khona ke umzila ngaphakathi kumzila la enkantolo uma icala yonke ehlelwe phansi la enkantolo.
And such a statement then, my lord, was read. I read it, but I was under cross-examination by the defense of accused number 1.
Athi ke futhi ngesikhathi leso ke khona ke statement lapho ke esafundwa ke lapho ke futhi kade bemphenya noma kade bembuza ke imibuzo malana nodaba lwakamsola wokuqala.
And I indicated, my lord, that the reasons firstly were the issues of further investigations, which started as early as October. Subsequently, this statement that I'm talking about was in November 2014. So there were instructions that DPP felt that they should be acquired, but then subsequently the strategy of approaching the case moving forward. So it was a folded approach. It was not one. At the beginning, it was further investigations which were done, because if one looks at the time when we made a memorandum and indicating the phone numbers, and one looks, rather if you look at what was available when the memorandum was done and what was contained in the statement later for the warrant of arrest, there was more things. There were more things insofar as Ms. Kelly Kumalo. But during the discussion then, further investigations and certain approach were then discussed with the DPP, my lord.
My apologies, my lord. Can the witness please repeat it again?
So it was further instructions and the approach to the case, basically.
Athi lapho ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokho ke khumule khona ngathi icala leli noma mhlambi ke lapho ke udlame noma mhlambi isehlo noma mhlambi ke lapho ke yebo isehlo senzeka ngoOctober futhi ngesikhathi ngenyanga kaNovember kula kade khona kubesesha noma kade bephenya ke khona ke njalo ke icala leli ke futhi athi khona ke inqumo noma mhlambi lapho ke uhambo noma mhlambi kusesha kwecala noma mhlambi ukuphenya kwecala kade kusenziwa khona ke lapho ke futhi xa ukuthi kukhona ke inkulumo ezenzeka lapho ke futhi izo ezenzaka ukuthizeni banqabe noma yebo banqabe ekuthizeni bakhiphe ke incwadi lekuthizeni uKelly Khumalo aboshwe.
Brigadier, I don't want to assume that I understand your answer now. I perfectly don't understand it.
Athi akazwisisi ke akazwisisi neze impendulo yakho phane ngayo.
Now, oh sorry. You're saying the reason why that application was declined is because of further investigation, further instructions. In that case, the investigation was started with in 2014. I'm unable to follow the reason why this application, as per your explanation, was declined.
I think yena ke akakhona ukuzwisisa ukuthi ngabe kungani isicelo lesi bangazange basile basinqaba bangakazi basivumele ngoba ukhuluma ukuthi khona ke inkulumo lapho ekade ikhulunyiwe nokade kwathi uyitsheliwe lapho ke mayana nokuthi futhi nokuphenya kwecala noma nokusesha kwecala ngabe kahle kahle uthi yini ukhuluma nomzana.
Please make me understand.
Athi cela ukuthi umenze azwisise
the reason why application for warrant of arrest against Kelly was declined.
Acela ukuthi lapho ke umlekelele futhi umsize ngendlela eqondile ejulile ekuthizeni umtshele izizathu ekukuthi kungani isicelo sencwadi leyo kade uyicelile ekuthizeni uKelly Khumalo ke aboshwe ukuthi bayinqabe incwadi leyo.
You know, the language is obviously incorrect. You're using declined. The other time you used authorized. The DPPP, in terms of the law anyway, decides whether a person must be charged or not. The DPP also decides whether a warrant of arrest should be issued against a person or not. And if he doesn't do that, the policemen who have come with, to put it loosely, a recommendation, don't have any power to dissuade the DPP from doing his job. That's how I understand the law. So, the DPP, can think there's conclusive evidence that Baloyi must face charges, and the DPP refuses to charge. You've got remedies in terms of the law, which you can initiate. Like, for instance, to quote a case which is known by everybody, the case of the state versus Tint. It's been going for 20 years or 10 years, where a particular well-known individual was not charged in the initial matter. Some other person was charged, and that other person, allegedly, who were in cahoots with a person who is not charged, was sentenced to jail for I don't know how many years. And then the other person, subsequently, when there was a change of a DPP, the new DPP then charged the second person. That's how I understand the law. Am I correct in interpreting? I mean, you're a senior advocate.
Yes, in the sense that it's NDPP, not DPP. You know.
Yeah, sorry,
There was a
NDPP.
new
Yeah, sorry.
yes.
National Director of Public Prosecutions, in other words. DPP is his junior, like Dutoit and Baloyi and the doctor here.
Manje ngisenkantolo lapho ke kade ibukisa futhi noma kade mhlawumbe idulika lokhona ke lapho nezomthetho ke abasebenza ngakho lapha kumahhovisi wabashushisa abakhulu lana eNingizimu Afrika ke athi lapho ke iphoyisa ngeke libe sesimeni esiqondile noma esimeni esikahle ethizeni siphendule ke malana nalombuzo kade kummelweni ukuze ukuthi kungani incwadi lena ethizeni ukhele Khumalo aboshwe ke noma isicelo sakhe sokuthi malana nencwadi kade icelile ethizeni ukhele Khumalo aboshwe ukuthi kungani kade esele bayinqaba lapho ke ukuthi bangayivumeli incwadi leyo ke bese inkosi enkantolo yathi khona ke lapho ke iphoyisa ngeke likhona ukuthi liphendule kahle ke lapho umnumzana ubaba uGininda ngeke akhona aphendule lapho ke malana nodaba lolo ke ngoba kusiwe uthatha isinqumo ke lapho ke kepha ke ithimba noma ke ihhovisi labashushisa abakhulu ukuthi lapho ke National Director of Prosecutors nesingisi uthatha isinqumo thizeni umuntu kumele bamthuse icala noma akumele ukuthi bamthuse icala.
Is it please the court, my lord? This witness had already gave the reason why the application for the warrant of arrest against Kelly was declined.
By whom? Declined by whom? That's the point.
That doesn't matter, my lord, for me, in my cross-examination.
For me, it matters because I'm a judge. And then, if you say there's a person who has power to have declined a particular exigency, I must understand that language. That's why I said I let it pass when you said it was not authorized. It was declined.
Yes. Maybe just to assist the court as to who did not authorize it.
Yes.
The witness can answer that.
That's it. That's different.
Yes.
Manje bacela ukwazi ukuthi ngabe ubani ke lo ongakaze avume ekuthizeni ke avume incwadi le oduyisenzile masicelo sakho sencwadi malana ukuthi ukhele Khumalo aboshwe.
My lord, the procedure was as I've indicated. You collect the evidence, we forward it to the DPP here in Pretoria. Then decisions will be given to say indict on these ones, further investigation. That's how it unfolded, my lord.
Athi-ke lapho ke isizathu salokho ukuthi yena ke wathatha ke ufakazi kaDanabo ke futhi wamnikisa kumahhovisi abashushisa abakhulu amakwethimba abashushisa abakhulu lehhovisi lana ke Pretoria bese athi ngemuva kwalokho bese umthetho na kumele uhambe ngalana kamacala malana nalabantu.
But it was not the correct context, my lord, that must be explained. There was no decline. We never reached a deadlock with DPP where they say, despite this evidence, we don't want to charge. There were, as I've said, there were further instructions and the approach that the DPP wanted to take in prosecuting the case. And that's not my terrain, my lord. I can't impose. I can only present what I have and take guidance from the people who will lead the case during the prosecution. But it will not be correct to say there was a refusal. There were certain discussions, but there were no position to say, despite what we see, we don't agree or we refuse. It was simply further instruction at first, and then the approach to the matter. That was my understanding of why then the Kelly Khumalo was not added.
Athi-ke lapho ngeke athina ke incwadi leyo bayinqaba abakaze bayivumeka ithimba labashushisa abakhulu ke lapho-ke kepha uyasho khona nje ngemuva kwenkulumo zabo noma ngesikhathi kade bekhulumisana khona njalo bexoxa ithimba lakhe ithimba labashushisi ke lapho-ke kulabamtshela khona ekuthizeni ngoba kade besaphina ke icala futhi bona kwathatha isinqumo sokuthizeni lo nto leyo ingenzeki mhlawumbe abaza nohlangothi lokuthi lolo daba lolo lungenzeki athi akusuye futhi yena lapho-ke akanawo umthelela walolu daba lolo.
And lastly, my Lord, it will really be, I think, difficult for me and to an extent unfair if then I'm placed in a position where I must speak on behalf of the NPA, because then I don't think I have that ground. I did my part. I presented the evidence and I indicated what was discussed. I'm not sure if I'm in a position to take it further than that insofar as the decisions that the NPA take, my Lord. I don't think I'm qualified to do that.
Athena-ke acabanga ukuthi usesimeni esiqondile noma esimeni esikahle ethizini kakhulu mayelana ney'nqumo ithathwa lapho-ke ithimba labashushisi abakhulu kuhhovisi labashushisi abakhulu-ke lapho-ke ngoba-ke bona-ke basebenza ngendlela yabo ekhethekile eyaziwa yibona kuphela. Yena-ke akanalo ulwazi ukuthi bona basebenza kanjani uma ngaba iza kudaba lokuthi bathatheke iy'nqumo. Athi futhi akazi ukuthi isizathu yini sokuthi kungadweba ukuthi bangamniki bangayivumi-ke lapho-ke noma bangamvumeli noma mhlawumbe bayinqabe incwadi yakhe kade ayicelile ekuthizeni naye bamthwese icala futhi mayelana nokuthi aboshwe futhi athwese icala njengokufana nabasolwa.
Those are my responses, my Lord.
Athi yebo iyona-ke impendulo yakhe leyo.
Brigadier, you have mentioned the reason why it was not approved. It was for further instructions. My question was very simple. What did this mean, this further instruction? What was this further instructions for?
Bathi bakuzile-ke umbuzo-ke mnumzana ubaba Brigadier Gininda ukuthi kungani bengayivumile incwadi isicelo sakhe ekuthizeni ukhele ukhuluma naye aboshwe futhi athwese amacala njengabasolwa-ke. Isathi wena kungemuva kwey'nkulumo zenu-ke lezo akhe ninazo-ke lapho-ke manje ummeli ufisa ukwazi ukuthi iy'nkulumo ziphi-ke lezo?
My Lord, the procedure when you submit a docket to the DPP, you submit the docket and then you leave. You do not sit, like for instance in this situation where there are 3 advocates. I've never been in a situation where I sit with them and hear their views insofar as the decision, particularly in the decision-making process, where I'm part of it. So that's why I'm saying it's difficult for me to be placed as to why action insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo is concerned was taken, because I was not there. All I can say is that there were instructions for further investigation at the beginning, and then subsequently the case then it kicked off, because when I applied for the warrant of arrest, the case had already kicked off in Boksburg. In other words, the first appearance on the 27th of October had already came and gone. And the next appearance, I think, was on the 27th of November, somewhere there. So I'm not sure if I can take it further than that, my Lord, insofar as the NPA position is concerned. I'm not qualified, my Lord, really, with due respect.
Athi yena-ke lapho okwenzeka ngesikhathi kade amikisa-ke i-presentation yakhe mhlawumbe idocket lakhe kumahhovisi wethimba labashushisi-ke abakhulu-ke lapho kade yena kakaze ahlale phansi nabo futhi afune idocket nabo bese bakhulumisana ngedocket bebonkana mhlawumbe hlezi bebathathu-ke lapho-ke asithi mhlawumbe yena njengomholi lokade ahola-ke ithimba labaseshi bezesiphoyisa futhi nethimba labashushisi-ke lapho-ke athi yena into awayenza kuwukuthi amikise-ke idocket lapho-ke kuphela bese ahambe-ke lapho-ke athi akazi ukuthi bona ngesikhathi ade bebheke idocket ukuthi yini siphi isinqumo noma yini into ebalitheka kwisinqumo abasithatha-ke lapho-ke futhi athi ukhumbula khona nje athi ngelanga lange-27 zaka-October ngesikhathi baqedela lapho-ke usesha icala mayelana nalo muntu othizeni-ke lapho-ke kade sele abasola bavele sebeqhamukile ngaphambi kwenkantolo yase-Boksburg ngelanga lange-27 zaka-October futhi athi acabanga khona nje athi mhlawumbe baqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkantolo futhi ngelanga lange-27 zaka-November khona lapho akanaso isiqiniseko selanga lesibili ngesikhathi ade nivela ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo.
And the instruction, my Lord, for further investigations insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo was really the instruction that said find more evidence to connect Ms. Kelly Khumalo to the accused in this matter. It was just around that, my Lord.
Athi futhi malana nenkulumo kuyaqhamuka ekuthizeni ngesikhathi kade bemtshela akahamba ayophenyisa isicala noma mhlawumbe enze kokuphenya kwecala kahle ngendlela eqondile futhi endlela ejulile kade bamtshela ukuthi yena-ke noma mhlawumbe inkulumo kade ihambisana kulolu daba noma kade ihamba ngalolu hlangothi lokuthi kumele ukuthi ahambe ayophenya icala lakhe kahle ngendlela ejulile futhi ngendlela eqondile-ke bese abuye athole ukuthi ngabe yini exhumanisa ukhele Khumalo futhi nabasolwa kuleli cala leli.
That's my response, my Lord.
Athi yona-ke impendulo yakhe anayo leyo.
Thank you, Brigadier. At least the final point, it sounds more intelligent. The instruction that came from the office of the DPP was to the effect that go find more evidence to connect Kelly to the accused person, and therefore on those bases we won't authorize authorize that a warrant of arrest against her should be issued.
Athi lapho ke uyabonga ke babu Brigadier Gininda ngoba impilo yona impilo lehlakaniphile impilo yogcina uyikhulumile. Athi lapho kusubatshela ukuthi wena ke hamba uyothola ufakazi obuqondile futhi ufakazi lobo obuxhumanisa ke abasola bonkana futhi noKheli Khumalo ngaphambi kokuthi ke ithimba labashushisa abakhulu noma ihhovisi abashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke bavume mana nesicelo sakho sencwadi yakho ekuthizeni ke uKheli Khumalo naye aboshwe.
I'm listening, man.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Now, in other words, that which you had presented to the office of the DPP, with which you are trying to link Kelly Khumalo to the commission of these offenses here, the DPP looked at it and found that it had no, it's something that they cannot use to drag Kelly or to frog march Kelly into the court.
As a court, please, my lord. I really fail to understand this line of cross-examination. The witness has repeatedly said he doesn't know what the reasons are, why the office, the DPP, took this particular decision, and we submit, my lord, that it's unfair now to ask this question to the witness. He's already said he can't take it further than that. That's a good thing.
Maybe the state is listening to another evidence here. The witness says, I cannot take it further than that.
I think these are acerbic and obnoxious comments from my learned friends should now come to a stop. I think he should just carry on with his work without having to make these ad hominem attacks.
This witness says, I'm unable to take it further than that. But because he's such an laborious person, he finally comes to a point where he says that he was instructed to go find more evidence to connect Kelly to the accused persons. That is the reason why I am saying that apparently the state is listening, it's not listening to the same evidence that we're listening to here. Whether that is acerbic or what, it's for him to make that judgment. But I'm meticulously listening to this witness, which is the reason why I am then saying, Brigadier Gininda, thank you very much. Because at least what you have just said in the last part of your answer makes sense. That the DPP said to you, we are unable to authorize that warrant of arrest because what we have brought to us now is insufficient. Can you please go and find more evidence in order to connect Kelly Khumalo to this accused person? It came from this witness. So what is acerbic there? But in any event, let me proceed.
Now the acerbic.
Let me proceed, my lord.
It's not what you are saying. It's what your comment is.
That the state is not listening to the same evidence.
Yeah.
Exactly, my lord, because I do not expect such an objection from my colleague.
You guys have lectured you
of such a senior level.
Mr. Mnisi, I've lectured you on the discourse of court proceedings.
Yes.
I actually read how you mustn't address each other. That's why I'm keeping quiet now. That's why I'm keeping quiet.
I think it's best for the court, my lord, to keep
quiet.
Because yes.
I've realized that
yes.
some counsels here,
yes,
they don't care about the etiquette and the decorum of court. He's listening to another case. That's why he's taking offense. Because he's only listening to this case. And if you interpret that he's listening to another case, somebody utagiwe.
Well, I don't know.
No interpretation. The interpretation.
I don't know.
If he's listening to another case and he's sitting here with me for 5 hours a day, then there's something wrong with him. That's how he interprets it. You can ask him.
My Lord, the fact that somebody would say he's drunk, that doesn't come from me.
Yes.
It didn't come from me. I am only making that submission simply
You
because...
must analyze the word acerbic. Analyze it. Fine. Let's continue.
We can have a dictionary, my Lord.
No, I don't want, me, I know. I don't want a dictionary. You can
okay,
check
then
it.
I do not know it.
Yeah, fine.
Yes. But the fact of the matter is, at least this witness, ultimately, painfully so, he mentioned that ultimately the office of the DPP told him to go find more evidence against Kelly Khumalo in order to tie her in this case. And thank you very much for that, sir.
My Lord, I think I'm being quoted out of context. I've said that part and I've said it proper, so perhaps let me then start again. I said prior to the appearance of this accused, Ms. Kelly Khumalo was part of the people based on the evidence that we had, which I was of the view that she should be arraigned with the accused. We then...
athi ufakazi lapho ke yena ke abamzwile kahle futhi ucanti mhlambe lo daba lo aldikide ngendlela elandela mhlambe alusho ngalendlela elandelayo athi ngaphambi kokuthi abasola baqhamuke ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo kade ke analo ke ulwazi oluthizeni ulwazi lolo ke kade luxhumanisa ukheli futhi nabasolwa kepha ke ngesikhathi beqeda uvela ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo.
So in essence, my Lord, I'm saying when we made the first memorandum presenting the evidence which involved this accused, same was done insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo, and the same desire to have her arraigned was placed there at the beginning. That is now prior to the first appearance and the issuing of indictment.
Athi ngaphambi kokuthi bayowenza bona ke lapho ke memorandum yabo memorandum yokuqala kade lokhu lohlelo abalenza malana nabasolwa ilulu abalenza futhi malana noKelly Khumalo ngaphambi ukuthi abasolwa bavula ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo.
Indictment came with the 5 accused, and that is where the instructions for further investigation insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo to add this accused then came as a response insofar as she is concerned.
Athi ke lapho ke khona ke umbhalo mhlambe noma incwadi yaqhamuka lapho ke incwadi le qhamuka obese kuthimba noma ke office abashoshisa abakhulu ke lapho ke la ibhala khona ke amacala ukuthosa kubona ke abantu futhi namagama wabasolwa ke lapho ke athi lo incwadi le kade kubhalwe ke abasolwa abahlanu nje kuphela ke bese ngemuva kwalokho bamtshela ke lapha ku office abashoshisa abakhulu ekuthizeni akahambe okwenza ke ophenya icala noma osearcha icala ekuthizeni athole lokhu kade kumele ukuthi akuthole xhumanisa phakathi kwaba.
That was done, my Lord, which resulted now in the application, the statement that we're referring to, that we needed to arrest Ms. Kelly Khumalo in November 2014.
Athi lokho kokwenziwa futhi manje nesicelo lesi wasenza ke kade kungumnyaka kaNovember ngo-2014 ngenyanga kaNovember ngesikhathi wathola incwadi leyo ukuthi acela incwadi ukuthizeni ke bamthwese noma aboshwe.
And this is the part, my Lord, I'm referring to say it will be now unfair, and I'll be placed in a difficult position where I must now indicate why a decision insofar as that was not taken by the DPP, because I can't speak on behalf of the DPP. Instructions were given, followed, complied, but I do know that the strategy, as the matter was already enrolled, and I wanted to be clear, Malen, that what was clear, there was no denial or refusal that the DPP wants to pursue, want to proceed against Ms. Kelly Khumalo. But the difficulty is, I can't speak on behalf of the DPP, my Lord. I followed the instructions, presented the evidence, and I think if this issue must be taken further, perhaps someone from DPP can deal with it, my Lord. To place me there in that position, I think is really, because like I said, I don't sit in the decision-making situation. I don't have that authority, my Lord.
Athi ke lapho ke na ke manje silibambeka ngaphansi kwesimo ke esiqala noma ngaphansi kwesimo esinzima ke lapho ke ngoba thina angeke yakhona ukuphendula ke ioffice lethimba labashushise uma bethatha ke inqumo ekuthizeni ngabe kungani bathatha isinqumo basithatha sokuthi na ke uKelly Khumalo angaqhaqhamuke phambi kwenkosi enkantolo nabasolwa laba ke futhi athi ngesikhathi ade bemtshela lokho ke icala leli beselivele selifakiwe ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo inkantolo encane.
So that's how far I can take it, my Lord. What I wanted to correct is the insinuation that the part of the further investigation came last. It's not the other way. It's the other way around. Memorandum, indictment comes on the 5 accused. Further instructions comes insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo is concerned. That investigation was done and presented.
athi lapho ke memorandum wayenza lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi enze memorandum yakhe lapho bese kwabuya ke indictment isho ukuthi ile paper le noma mhlawumbe le ncwadi lena ke ebhalwa ke amacala abathweswa ke abantu futhi nenkantolo la bazovela ngaphambi kwayo futhi negama ke labasolwa kathi ngesikhathi bekathola ke incwadi leyo ke kade igama la Kelly Khumalo lingekho ngaphakathi kole incwadi leyo ke kepha amagama kade akhona ke amagama abasola bonkana laba abahlanu abavela ngaphambi kwinkosi yenkantolo esikhathini samanje kethe ngemuva kwalokho kulaba mtshela khona ukuthi nake akahambe ayokwenza futhi umsebenzi wakhe futhi ngendlela ejulile ethizeni aphenye ukuthi noma mhlamba aseshe ukuthi ngabe yini exhumanisa uKhelly Khumalo futhi nabasola.
That's my response, man.
You saying, Brigadier, November 2014. I heard you saying that. November 2014 is almost a month after the death of the deceased. Were you already an investigating officer then?
Bathi ngizokhuluma ngenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka 2014. Ukhumbule khona njalo ngoNovember ngomnyaka 2014 bengingemuva nje kwesikhathi senyanga eyodwa ngemuva kokushona kukamufi. Ngabe ngizwe kahle yini Fakazi?
No. I think I made a mistake, my lord. That is why I said the accused made the first appearance on the 27th of October. The year should have been 2020, and the November I'm referring to is the one of 2020. So there was an error on my side, my lord.
Athi lapho ngicabanga ukuthi wenze iphutha lapho ke ngoba ke abasolwa ke ngesikhathi bevela ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo encane kade ku noma ngaphansi kwenkantolo encane ke lapho ke kade ku 27 zaka October ngomnyaka ka 2020 nathi ngoba athi 2014 lapho kwathi wenze iphutha.
Let us put this item at rest, Brigadier. The directive that you got from the DPP's office with regard to the fact that the warrant of arrest against Kelly could not be authorized is because they were requesting you to go find more evidence to connect Kelly to the 5 accused. So, in short.
Bathi nje ngokunciphile baba usho ukuthi ngesikhathi kade uthola ke lapho ke inkulumo eqhamuka kofisi leteam labashushisa abakhulu ukuthi bacela ukuthi wena ke uhambe uyosesha icala mawusesha icala bese uthola ke ufakazi oxhumanisa uKhelly Khumalo futhi nabasola bobahlanu laba abavela ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo athi akusinjalo yini.
That was the instruction at the beginning, my lord, and that instruction was complied with. Hence, I'm saying in November 2020 there was then this application which contained more evidence that we had prior to the presentation, or that we had when we presented the memorandum.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo kepha lokwenza ngomnyaka 2020 kepha ngesikhathi kusenzeka lokho ke kula kade naye ke kade sekamikisile ipresentation futhi kungemuva kokuthi bekavele anolwazi oluningi futhi ulwazi olujulile.
Now you are saying subsequent to this first directive that you need to go get more information to connect Kelly to the 5 to the accused, you complied with those instructions and returned the case docket to the office of the DPP. Is that what you're saying?
Athi ngabe usho ukuthi ngemuva uthi ukuthola ke inkulumo lokuthi hamba uyokusesha icala noma uyophenya icala lakhe lapho ke leli bese uthola ulwazi oluxhumanisa ke uKhelly Khumalo futhi nabasola bobahlanu labaqhamuka phambi kwenkosi yenkantolo athi usho ukuthi ngemuva kade umikisa lo lwazi bonalo docket kwena.
No. What I'm saying is the office of the DPP says to Brigadier Gininda, at this moment we are unable to allow the authorization of the warrant of arrest against Kelly Khumalo because we want you to go and find more evidence to connect Kelly Khumalo to the accused.
Silungiswa ke lapho ke bathi umnumzana uBrigadier Gininda bamtshela ukuthi ethimba laba leyo office abashushisa abakhulu ukuthi akahambe ke athole ulwazi oluningi futhi olujulile oxhumanisa abasola bobahlanu ke futhi noKhelly Khumalo ngaphambi ukuthi bavume mayelana nodaba lencwadi yakhe yesicelo ukuthi izina ke aboshwe.
Now is he then saying subsequent to this instruction he went out and did further investigation and then remitted that case back to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions?
Bathi ke ngemuva kwale nkulumo sho ukuthi wena ke wahamba wosesha icala noma mhlawumbe waphenya icala bese ngemuva kwalokho babuya futhi wamikisa idoketi kuthimba labashushisa abakhulu.
Because I heard him saying that those instructions were complied with.
Ngoba athi uzwe usithi inkulumo yabo wayisala emuva bese wenza njengoba kade utsheliwe.
Yes, my lord. As I indicated, it was a prosecutorial-driven investigation. The directive for further investigation came from the office of the DPP. Once that was done, the presentation was made to the same office because that was the prosecuting authority. I couldn't take it elsewhere because you get directives in that office.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo ngoba ukhumbule khona njalo lapho ke na kuthola ke inkulumo futhi kade besebenzisana ithimba leziphoyisa labaseshi amathimba yebo ithimba labashushisi futhi ithimba leziphoyisa kade besebenzisana ndawonye ke lapho ke athi yebo olalela futhi inkulumo yabo kuthizeni akahambe othola ke ulwazi olugcwele noma mhlawumbe aseshe icaca icala ngokugcwele athi ngemuva kwalokho siwamikisa lokho ade akutholile futhi lapho ke nakazi ukuthi isinqumo uma sithathwa lapha basatha ngaphansi kwezihlalo ezinjani ke noma ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani ngoba lapho ke akasebenzi khona ke futhi uma abashushisi bethatha inqumo yena akakho lapho.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And then subsequent to this later submission of the case docket by yourself to the office of the DPP, then the office of the DPP came with a final decision on who must be indicted and on who must not be indicted, not so.
But you shooting a move about when I umikisa ke submission akho mhlawumbe umikisa ke ulwazi lakho ngemuva kwesikhathi ke lapho ke ushukuthi ithimba labashushisi bathatha isinqumo sokuthi ubani kumele athuswe icala nokuthi ubani kungamele athuswe icala akusenjalo yini?
No, it's not like that. It's incorrect, my lord.
Athi cha akukho njalo akulona iqiniso lelo. The
first submission was made prior to October 2020. That submission included Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Athi lapho ke ngesikhathi bekayimikisa ipresentation yakhe nomhlanje submission yakhe lokho kwenzeka ngaphambi komnyaka ka2020 futhi lapho ke noKelly Khumalo kade akhona ngaphakathi kwe-submission futhi iqokethiwe igama lakhe lapho ke.
Now in response to that submission, my lord, an indictment that we referred to yesterday, the BNG1 dated 22 October 2020 was given, and in that indictment these accused were people that were choosing to say you can proceed with the 5 accused on the following charges, which is what we referred to yesterday on BNG1, my lord.
Athi lapho ke ngesikhathi beka lapho ke ethola lokho ke abathi BNG1 ngomnyaka ngelanga la nge22 zaka October ngomnyaka 2020 ngesikhathi bekathola ke incwadi leqhamuka kwithimba le office labashushisa abakhulu kula batshela khona ke malana nodaba lencwadi lapho ke ibhaliwe khona ke ekuthizeni kumele aqhubeke necala lakhe malana nalabantu abalandelayo ke abahlanu abavela phambi kwenkesenkantolo kumanje.
The warrant of arrest, my lord, affidavit was made by me, and then it was authorized on the 23rd of October 2020 for all 5 accused. Warrants of arrest were issued.
Athi lapho ke bale incwadi ukuthi ke abasola baboshwe ke lapho ke incwadi bayivuma futhi bese bayikhipha ke ngelanga la nge23 zaka October ngomnyaka ka2020 ngomnyaka ka2020 ke lapho ke mayelana nabasola bobahlanu laba abaqhamuka phambi kwenkesenkantolo kumanje.
Insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo, further instructions were given to say go and do further investigation on at that stage, my lord.
Athi futhi malana nodaba lokaKelly Khumalo kulapho kwaqhamuka khona ke inkulumo ukuthi na ke akahambe ufakazi ayosesha icala ngogcwele futhi ngokujulile mayelana nodaba lokaKelly Khumalo.
The accused before court were notified of these charges. Notice of rights were given to them on the 26th of October 2020, and on the 27th of October 2020 they made a first appearance in Boksburg Magistrate Court. That is October now 2020.
Athi ke futhi umajobele ngazela kathi ngelanga la nge26 zaka October ngomnyaka ka2020 kula khona ka naboshwa ngalo ke bese mqedo boshwa nafundela amalungelo enu ngemuthi mfunda amalungelo enu bese ngelanga elilandelayo langa la nge27 zaka October ngomnyaka ka2020 bese naqala navela ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo okokuqala ngaphansi kwenkantolo yase Boksburg.
Now subsequent to that, my lord, instructions or the instructions for further investigations were being conducted by me and the team. Then in November of 2020, after collecting more evidence, this docket now, this is the part we are referring to, the second part, was then submitted again with the evidence and the proposal that Kelly should now be added. This is now the second time around insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo is concerned.
Athi ke malana nodaba lakaKheli Khumalo ngenyanga kaNovember ke ngomnyaka ka2020 ngesikhathi bekamikisa ke ingxenye yosesha kwicala lakhe yena ke nethimba lakhe kade besesha khona ke mayelana nodaba lakaKheli Khumalo malana nolwazi kade belithulile lapho ke kulaba nimikisa khona ke bese bacela ukuthi uKheli Khumalo abamjobelele kulabasola bamfake.
So that's what happened, my lord. So the matter in essence was already enrolled when I complied with the instructions of further investigation from Ms. Kheli Khumalo.
Athi lapho ke yona ke indlela ekwenzeka ngayo ke izinto ke lapho ke futhi yena wayilalela inkulumo kade bemtshele yona ke thimba leofisi abashishisa abakhulu bese wesala ke emuva wenza njengoba kade bemtshelile.
Thank you, Brigadier. I just want to make assurances doubly sure that I follow what you're saying. In brief, you submitted this docket and your memorandum to the office of the DPP where you also recommended that Kheli Khumalo must be charged, not so?
Athi ke ngokunciphile wona ko wasubmit idocket leli ke kuthimba leofisi abashishisa abakhulu ke bese wacela ukuthi uKheli Khumalo abamjobelele nabamfake lana kulabasola kusenjalo.
That's correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
The DPP went through that memorandum and a case docket and decided to indict the 5 accused that are before court here and gave you instructions to go get more evidence to connect Kheli to or with these 5 accused persons.
Athi lapho kusho ukuthi ithimba labashishisa abakhulu bese bakunika lapho indictment noma incwadi wabiza ukuthi indictment incwadi leyo ke ibhala amagama abasola futhi amacala abathwesayo abathwesa bona ke futhi ngemuva kwalapho sebakutshela ukuthi wena hamba uyokwenza uphenya kwicala lakho malana noKheli Khumalo uthole ulwazi olumxhumanisa nabasola bonkana kusenjalo.
My lord, further instructions were given insofar as Ms. Kheli Khumalo.
Athi lapho ke khona ke inkulumo abamtshela yona ke malana nodaba lakaKheli Khumalo.
Yes. Some of which are go find more evidence to connect Kheli Khumalo with these accused persons in the commission of the offense, not so?
Bathi mina nenkulumo ke lapho okade bekutshela yona ke ithimba labashishisa abakhulu ukuthi thola ulwazi olujulile noma ulwazi oluningi ulwazi lolo okuzoba ufakazi mayelana nokuxhumana kwabasolwa abaqhamuka phambi kwesenkantolo futhi noKheli Khumalo mayelana naso lesigameko lesi akusenjalo.
Yes, that could have been part of it, but it was basically to obtain evidence, my lord, that will link it to the offense.
Athi yebo lokho kade kuzohambisana nalokho kepha kube ukuthi sithole ke ufakazi obuxhumanisa ke obuxhumana nobunye ufakazi esinabo kulicala.
Thank you. Now, in the meantime, warrant of arrest will authorize against these 5 accused now.
Athi ke ngesikhathi leso kwesakhipha ke incwadi ukuthi ke abasola bonkana laba abahlanu ke ababoshwe.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
The warrant of arrest were executed and ultimately they made their first appearance in Boksburg somewhere in 27 October 2020, not so?
Bathi lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi bakhiphe incwadi ukuthi ke abasola ababoshwe incwadi ngemuva bayikhiphe bese nayisala emuva na incwadi leyo bese nabathola abasola nababopha ke ngemuva ukuthi abasola ababoshwe bese baqala bavela ngaphambi kwenkantolo ke encane yase Boksburg ke lapho ke ngelanga la nge27 zaka October ngomnyaka ka2020 akusenjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And then around November you then took, now I don't know whether you wrote another memorandum, but then you then took the case docket that you were investigating with whatever that you would have unearthed subsequent to the indictment of this accused person and the instruction that you got from the DPP. You took it back to the office of the DPP to decide whether or not Kheli must be indicted, not so?
Bathi lapho kona umikisa ke futhi akazi mhlawumbe angathi docket noma indictment ngesikhathi bohamba ngonyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka ka2020 uya lapha ku-office abashishisa abakhulu mayelana nolwazi adulitholile bese wacela ukuthi wena uKheli Khumalo abamfake kulabasola mhlawumbe bamjobelele kulabasola kusenjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Would that be the time when you made an application for a warrant of arrest?
Bathi ngabo yisona ke isikhathi leso la kade wena ke wenza incwadi yesicelo sokuthi uKheli Khumalo akaboshwe.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And that was in November 2020.
Bathi lokho ngabe kwenzeka ngenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka ka2020.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. And the trial at the High Court commenced when? In 2023, ne? Before the Honorable Judge Maumela, that is in 2023. Yeah, I'm not so sure, I was not yet, in 2022, thank you.
Bathi ke ngesikhathi ke icala behlelele phansi ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo noma ngaphambi kwenkantolo ephakeme kade kumnyaka 2022 futhi inkosi enkantolo kade ku Judge Maumela akusinjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And up until that moment, a decision had not yet been made by the office of the DPP to charge Kelly or not.
Bathi ke suthi ngaso lesikhathi leso isinqumo kade singaqhamuki kuba kwithimba labashushisa abakhulu ekuthizeni bathwese uKelly Khumalo amacala noma bangamthwesi amacala akusinjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And this is despite the fact that you had, in November 2020, placed the information that was contained in the docket against her. That's now the new information that you received, not so?
Suthi ngaphandle kokuthi wena kade umikiseke ulwazi olusha kade unalo ke ngenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka 2020 ngabe akusinjalo yini?
Yes, I did submit the docket in November 2020, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo ngalimikisa mina ke docket ngenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka ka2020.
Thank you. Now, we are in a position, or we are in a situation where the 5 accused we're in a position where the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions takes a decision and say, let us indict these 5 accused persons who are now appearing here at court. But with regard to Kelly, let us see if there's information that will come up for us to be able to give out an instruction to indict her. But for now, we do not indict her.
Bathi manje athi ummeli manje singaphansi kwesimo ke isimo lisihamba ngalendlela elandelayo. Isimo sakhona ukuthi ithimba leoffice abashushisa abakhulu National Director of Prosecution ukuthi bathi bona ke asithwese abasula abahlanu amacala bese ke uKelly Khumalo nasime kancane ngayo.
Please, my lord. I think counsel was saying that with the greatest of respect is misconceiving the evidence of the witness. The witness has confined his response not only to the evidence but also to strategy, which counsel doesn't touch upon. The witness has said it also boils down to question of strategy, so it's not only about the evidence.
My lord, I can talk about what is before this court. I can speak about what is before this court. Before this court, the 5 accused persons that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions decided to indict. But in the memorandum and the case docket, we know, in terms of the evidence of this witness, that he recommended that Kelly Khumalo must also be charged. Then the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution says, no, we are unable to issue that directive now because we want you to go get more evidence against Kelly to connect her against these individuals. It will be very imprudent of me to start to talk about strategies. This court is not concerned about strategies, it's concerned about what is before him now. And I can only confront this witness about what is before this court. And before this court are these 5 accused persons, and what is also before this court is what this witness has said about Kelly. Thank you.
And if I may respond to that, my lord, the issue pertaining to Ms. Kelly Khumalo, it's a collateral issue. And the law is very clear. An answer to a collateral issue should put that issue to rest. It doesn't help to pursue that issue over and over again. Counsel might not like the answer, but that's what the law says. It's a collateral issue, and the answer to that issue should put that matter to rest. There's no point in flogging the issue over and over again.
As it is the court, my lords. There's nothing wrong that I'm doing in what I'm doing now. I am simply summarizing contextually the testimony of this witness here. This witness come up with fact that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions gave him further instructions to go get more evidence to connect Kelly with these 5 accused persons here. This witness further told to this court that as a result of that, the warrant of arrest against Kelly could not be authorized. This witness told to this court that in November he again took back that case docket to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. But up until now, the position as is that Kelly is not one of the accused persons that are before court here. What is not worth pursuing in terms of that picture, my lord? I will floge this horse until it comes up or it gets alive.
What? You're going to do what?
The state says it is no use flogging something which is not there.
Flogging?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I remember, my lord, I'm from Mandleto High School. The teachers who taught us English, they would say words in isiZulu, and you say in English, this is the word. Yes. These things of how to pronounce words, they were not there. Although we knew that sometimes when we would go to debate there outside, we would say there's no master of pronunciation. Yes, we grew up knowing that there's no master of pronunciation. You see. So when I say floge, it should be understood in the context of what my colleague was saying. Yes. So he says there's no use in flogging or in flogging what is not there. And my response to him is, if it needs be, I'll keep on flogging and flogging and flogging up until such time that the horse comes alive. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Now, that is the mosaic. That is the complete picture that we have now presented on your preparation of the memorandum, your submission of your memorandum and the case docket to the court, and the processes that went through the decision making by the state, who had to be indicted and who had not to be indicted, in summary.
Athi uma qedela ke inkulumo yakho noma uma iqedela futhi ayisho njengesithombe esigcwele ukuthi mayana nolwazi kade ke unaloko kuwena wathatha konke lokho kade unako ke bese wahamba nako wapresenta ngaphambi kwabashushisi noma ngaphambi kwethimba labashushisi abakhulu ke bese ngemuva kwaloko wathola ke indictment usho indictment ile esho ukuthi kumele ukuthi abasola kube abobani futhi kwakuthi abasola kube abobani futhi namacala abawathwesa ukuthi kumele kube amacala waphike lapho ke noma kumele ukuthi kube amacala maphi.
Yes, in essence that's what happened, my lord.
Athi yebo njengogcwele yilokho kwenzeka.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, Brigadier, you had read into record the outcome of the decision of the Director of Public Prosecutor in respect of the memorandum and the case docket that you submitted. You read here that exhibit, I don't know, exhibit 22, you reread it into the record, and you also referred to this court to the instructions that were attached in the statement as BNG1. So,
athi-ke baba khona ke la kade ufunda khona ke izolo ukhumbule khona njalo mayelana nesinqumo esaqhamuka kuthimba labashushisi abakhulu futhi mayelana nenkulumo kade bekutshela yona ukuthi kumele ukuthi lapho bathwese bani icala athi lapho ke le nkulumo kade uyifunda ngaphansi kwekhasi la ka BNG1 akusinjalo?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo?
I'm sorry, my lord, just been corrected here. It's not exhibit 22, this handwriting. It's actually being said that it is exhibit ZZ, not 22. But when you look at it, it looks like 22. Not so, Mr. Ramsuki. It looks like 22. Yeah. Thank you.
athi lapho ke uyaxolisa nje silungise sincane kuukuthi umbukiso lo ngakhona kumbukiso ka-22 amashumi amabili anesibili kepha umbukiso lo uZZ2.
Thank you, madam. Now we know that in terms of that decision, number 1, the DPP says to you, Mr. Gininda, thank you for your investigation.
athi manje siyazi ukuthi malana nodaba lakho olukhona lapho kuukuthi ithimba lehhovisi labashushisi bathi bakubonga babuGininda malana nokusesha kucala.
Now we have come to the concerted view, to the considered view that Mr. Sibia, Mr. Ntanzi, Mr. Nube, Mr. Mapisa, and Mr. Ntuli should be indicted for trial in the High Court of South Africa.
Lapho kade afuna khona ke amagama akhe ka wasola waqhamuka ngaphambi konke abavela ngaphambi konkusenkantolo lapho ke umnumzana uSibiya umnumzana uNtanzi umnumzana uMncube ukuthi futhi noMaphisa ukuthi bona ngibona kumele baqhamuke ngaphambi konkusenkantolo.
Now there's nothing wrong with that decision.
Athi akukho okungalungile mayelana nesinqumo sabo.
Now the DPP has got all the prerogative, the discretion, the powers to take such a decision.
Athi lapho ke ihhovisi labashushisi abakhulu ke bana wonke ke amandla noma banako ngaphansi komthetho ekuthiziye masithathe isinqumo noma isiphi abasifuna ke.
Do you still follow this far?
Athi ngabe usangilandela nje namanje?
Yes, I do follow, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Athi yebo ngizakuzwa.
Now further to that, the DPP says, Brigadier Gininda, this is just the first step. The second step is, let us identify what charges must we then bring against them for them to go and face at the High Court.
Athi ke lelo ke uhambo lokuqala bese ke uhambo lwesibili ke lapho kukuthi ngabe babuza ukuthi ngabe iwaphi ke amacala ekuthi sibathwese wona ke ngaphambi kokuthi bahambe bovela ngaphambi konkusenkantolo ephakeme.
Now,
excuse me, my lord,
yes.
just to come in there, I don't think that was discussed with me. I was not part of the decision making, even in terms of the charges. I may have known murder,
yes.
It's straightforward, but to say, let us discuss that we go for these charges, I was not part of that. All I know is further instructions and the strategy that the NPA said they will adopt at a later stage. But with regard to decision making and charges, I was not part of that, my lord.
Athi ke lapho ke shwele nje kancane babumnisi noma mnumzana umnisi kunalapha nokuthi angenele khona ke ukuthi ithimba lehhovisi abashushisi ngesikhathi bethatha ke isinqumo khona ke lapho sokuthi nabasolwa babathwesa amacala amaphike lapho kathi kade angekho lapho ke futhi kade angeyongxenye yawo umhlangana lawo ke kepha thina bakazi nje ngecala lokuqala ukuthi icala lokubulala nje kuphela leli kade bebathwesa lona.
Thank you. You're right, Brigadier. But when I say the DPP says to Brigadier Gininda this and that and that, I do not literally mean that you were seated to this side, the DPP is seated to this side and is communicating with you. I don't know whether they are calling what I'm saying it's a metaphor or it's I don't know, but I'm just trying to express it in a way as if the DPP is talking to you, although I know they did not speak to you.
Athi ke lapho uyazi ukuthi ithimba labalovisi abashushisa abakhulu abakaze bakhulume nawe ngesikhathi etwethatha ke isinqumo lapho ke futhi kade zama nje ukubikisa ukuthi yena ke futhi wagcina bekutshela ukuthi kumele ukuthi wenze ini futhi akasho ukuthi wena ngabe kade ukhona ke ngesikhathi esenihlanganele ngesikhathi ade behlanganele endaweni eyodwa ke ngaphambi kokuthatha isinqumo lapho ke ukuthi mhlawumbe kade uhleze ehlangothini isandla sokunxele noma ehlangothini isandla sokudla kepha ke bekazama nje ukwenza nje isibukiso lapho namhlanje sibonelo nje sincane.
I understand, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now it takes me back to Mandletu. I know this aspect of what I'm doing now. They exactly taught me, but with a lapse of time, I think I might have, I'm missing what is it that it was actually being referred to, you see. But it is definitely there. There I can't fault them. They taught me this. But thank you very much for your understanding. So we together when I say, don't take this literally as if they were speaking to you, not so.
Atiyabonga ngokuthi niyazwisisana futhi ngabe nihamba ekhasini elilodwa mhlawumbe ohlangothini olulodwa ke uma wena ungayithathi le nkulumo ngongathi wena ke kade ukhona lapho ke baba uGininda futhi ukukhulumisana bomathupha.
I understand, man.
Thank you, sir.
Atiyabonga ngiyazwisisa.
Now, the office of the DPP says to Brigadier Gininda, having decided on the identity of the people that we need to indict based on the evidence that is there in the docket, now we need to decide what charges should they go and face at the High Court.
Athi-ke manje ngemuva kwesikhathi-ke lapho kusho ithimba lehhovisi abashushisi abakhulu bahlezi phansi babuke idokhetho futhi nepresentation yakho bese bathatha isinqumo sokuthi ngabe kahle kumele abasolwa kwabathwesa amacala waphi-ke ngaphambi kokuthi abasolwa baqhamuke phambi kwenkosi yenkantolo ephakeme.
I'm following, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Thank you, sir. Now the DPP further says to you, Brigadier Gininda, for us to be able to come to this conclusion on what charges should the people that we have decided to indict face at the High Court, we have taken the following into account.
Esathi lapho ke abantu labo akazothi abobanike athatha isinqumo noma kade behlezi ngesikhathi bethatha isinqumo lapho ke besathi bona ke bese bathatha isinqumo sokuthi ngaphambi kokuthi abasolwa baqhamuke ngaphambi kwenkosenkantolo yile sinqumo esilandelayo abazosithatha.
Number 1,
sokuqala,
we have considered whether we would have a reasonable prospect of success against them when we prosecute them on the charges that we are going to prefer against them.
Athi lapho ke ukuthi mhlambe kade bengenazo insolo mhlambe noma kade benazo insolo ukuthi ngabe mhlambe kukhona noma akukho yini lokhu ukuthi mhlambe bazobathwesa bona ngaphambi ukuthi baqhamuke ngaphambi kungesenkantolo noma mhlambe macala ukuthi bazobathwesa wona ke ngaphambi kokuthi abasolwa baqhamuke ngaphambi kungesenkantolo.
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngilalele.
Number 2,
athi okwesibili,
they say to you, Brigadier Gininda, for us to determine whether we've got any reasonable prospect of successfully prosecuting them, we need to determine whether is there any admissible evidence against them.
athi lapho ke ngaphambi kokuthi bese babuye bakhuluma nabathi ngaphambi kokuthi bona babathwese ke amacala bathi bezobathwesa bona ke futhi ngaphambi kokuthi abasola baqhamuke ngaphambi kokuthi inkantolo bona kade mhlambe nakuyingabaza futhi bena kuyingabaza ogcwele ukuthi mhlambe ngabe amacala abazowathwesa bona ke ngabe khona yini ufakazi inkosi enkantolo yothi ibamukele phambi kwayo.
I'm following, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Whether is there any relevant and admissible evidence against them,
ukuthi mhlambe ngabe khona yini into ehambisanayo futhi nofakazi kade bukhona ke mayelana nabo bonkana abasolwa.
whether do we have any form of relevant and admissible circumstantial evidence against them,
futhi nokuthi ngabe khona yini ufakazi kade benabo ufakazi lobo obungaqondile kubo mathupha mayelana nalokho kade bekwenzile futhi nokuthi ngabe kade khona yini ufakazi kade bahambisana futhi nalenkulumo ukuthi mayelana namacala wabo noma ufakazi kade bukhona mayelana ngodaba lwamacala kade bebathwesa wona.
whether,
athi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
thank you, whether in view of what you presented to us, are there any possible defenses to the charges that you are going to prefer against them?
Futhi ukuthi mayelana namacala noma ipresentation kade uyimikise kubona ukuthi ngabe mhlambi kubona abasolwa ke bayokhona ukuthi bayimele mhlawumbe ukuthi bayikhulumele mayelana nalamacala kade owamikise mhlawumbe nepresentation le kade uyimikisile kwithimba lehhovisi labashushisi.
I'm listening, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Thank you. Now I can't remember these other factors, for obvious reasons, but the list goes on and on and on and on and on. That is called a decision-making process by the DPP or by a prosecution.
athi akanaso isiqiniseko sokuthi ngabe khona futhi amanye awakhumbulayo amaphuzu lapho ke kepha ke amaphuzu lawo ke maningi futhi adwebile lapho ke ngokusalana emuva kepha kathi iwona ke amaphuzu abavame ukuthi ithimba labashushisi abakhulu ngaphambi ukuthi bathathe isinqumo sokuthi bathwesa ke abasolwa amacala kumele ukuthi bawabuke futhi wabukisise kahle ngokujulile futhi ngokuqondile.
As it please the court, my lord, it totally skipped my mind that we should have a short break, a tea time. I'm alerted that it's almost 1:45 now, and we haven't had a tea time.
Continue, sir.
Should I continue, my lord? I'm a bit tired, my lord. No, I can't continue. I'm a bit tired. I also need to take a break as well. I just need to go and refresh. I'm a bit tired. I need a sip of water.
Yeah, continue up to 1 o'clock.
For the 15 minutes?
Yeah.
I can only pray that I don't collapse. Thank you, Brigadier. Now the office of the DPP says to you, Brigadier, those are the factors that we have taken into account in determining the nature of the charges that you are going to prefer against these people that we have decided to indict.
Athi lapho ke ithimba lehhovisi labashushisi abakhulu bayatshela ke ukuthi wena ke iwona ke amaphuzu abasaleke emuva lawo ke bese bawabukisisa kahle ngaphambi kokuthatha isinqumo sokuthi bathwesa abasolwa amacala athize noma abawathwesi amacala athize.
I'm following, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
And the office of the DPP, Brigadier, says to you, with due respect, Brigadier, we know, we understand that you undertook a very tedious investigation in this case. You did your job in a sterling way. There's no doubt about that.
Athi futhi ke ithimba lehhovisi abashushisi abakhulu bajethi bona ke abayingabazi mala nomsebenzi owenzile kona mnumzana uGininda ngoba uwenzise kahle futhi umsebenzi futhi ngokukhethekile futhi wawenza umsebenzi ngokuyimisela ngokuba nomdlondlo futhi ngesikhathi wenza umsebenzi wakho wokusesha kwecala.
You made a wonderful presentation in terms of your memory and your investigation. It's applauded.
Athi lapho ke futhi wakushayela ke izandla ngokuthi wona ke wenze umsebenzi oncomekayo nothi umsebenzi okahleke malana nokusesha kwecala futhi malana nodaba lwakho le memorandum ngesikhathi bo present memorandum yakho.
Brigadier Gininda, we are well aware now that is what those now this is what those three esteemed team of prosecutors said on behalf of the office of the DPP. Remember, the office of the DPP operates in terms of the instrumentality of the advocates. So now these three esteemed advocates are then saying to you, Brigadier Gininda, we're also well aware that in your motivation, in your investigation, you had to try to come up with a suggestion that this could be a hit. This could be a hired killing, contract killing. We have seen that. You have also taken into account that which you have submitted to us in respect of that fact when we made this decision.
Athi yona ke ubona ke labantu abathathu mhlamba abashushisa abakhulu ngokuyikhundla zabo ke abathathu lapho ke uma bethatha isinqumo sabo bese bakutshela ukuthi ukhumbula khona njalo ke njengalabo abahlezi phambi kwinkesenkonto labashushisi njengokuthi bayithimba ke lapho ke bese bakutshela ukuthi bona ke lokushona kukamufi lapho ke basho khona ukuthi kade kuyinto behlelelwe phansi bese bazwana ke ngayo ngaphambi kokuthi umufi adutshulwe.
I'm listening, my lord. Sorry.
Thank you.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
However, Brigadier Gininda, we are unable to agree with you that this was a contractual killing.
Kepha ke bathi kuwena ke bona ke abavumelani nawe noma abahambisani nenkulumo yakho ukuthi wena ke uthize ukudubula lokho kade kudutshula komuntu oyedwa ngemuva ukuthi abantu ababili noma abantu abathathu kade behlanganele bese bazwana ngalokho.
Thank you.
Please, man. I know counsel is just arguing maybe loudly, but the fact of the matter is murder. What the motive for the murder is irrelevant. So we submit, my lord, that that's a legal question. Even if counsel is arguing lightly to put something that is incorrect as to the motive, because he's now busy with the motive for the murder. Murder is unlawful and intentional killing of a human being. What the motive, therefore, is, is irrelevant. So we submit, my lord, that it's incorrect to make that proposition to the witness that it was not taken into account that the witness suggested that this is a contractual killing. That's a legal question, my lord.
But, yeah, sorry, let me just ask the Brigadier. Does the Director of Public Prosecutions discuss strategy with you?
No, my lord.
As an arresting officer or an investigating officer?
Not in details, my lord, but they will indicate, for example, that let us approach probably especially after the decision has been made, to say let's start it this way and then we'll move that way, but not in depth. You are more on the receiving end because you are not part of the decision making. But you will get an instance, like in this instance, where that says a certain strategy will be adopted when we deal with Ms. Kelly Khumalo. So, but not the details. But such came to my ears, my lord.
Kade ke akungabakho umshushiso omkhulu malana nenkulumo lekade umiliyoni eqhamukisa noma kade ekhuluma etshela ke ufakazi okhona ababuGininda la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo ke udaba lo udaba ukuthi mhlambe lapho ke ummeli wenu mhlambe kumele ukuthi aqhamukise uma ngabe sebesenza ke ingxoxo ngaphakathi kwengxoxo lapho kwathi argument ke ngesingisi ke ngoba ke ufakazi una akena umuntu ongabaselungelweni lokuthi aphefumule malana nodaba lo ke bese inkosi enkantolo yabuya ke yabuza yena ukuthi noma yebo ukuthi lapho ke ukuthi lokudutshula komuntu ngabe mhlawumbe ukudutshula komuntu ede behlele phansi bese bazwana ke ithimba labantu ababili futhi ukubheka phezulu khona njalo ke ngesikhathi kade uthatha isinqumo sokuthi ke lo muntu nakwabulawa ke lapho ke usho ngesingisi bathi contextual killing leyo nto lesho ukuthi lapho ke abantu ababili noma abathathu babehlanganele endaweni eyodwa bese bazwana ke ngenkulumo yabo ukuthi kumele benze udaba lokho kumele balenzeke bese inkosi enkantolo liyabuza ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe ke ubaba uGininda ke noma mhlawumbe sithi ecala noma iphoyisa libophile ke lapho ke abasolwa ke uma ngaba isinqumo bethatha ke isinqumo ethimba labashushisi ngabe uvame ukuthi abe khona ke lapho ke athina cha akavamile ukuthi abe khona ke yena kuyafana nje nokuthi yena kuwumuntu usuke amukela lokho akutholayo kibo abashushisi lapho ke noma ngemuva kwalokho bese bamtshela ukuthi lapho ke yilolu uhlangothi esizolihamba ke soqala ngalana ke masiqeda ngalana bese sihamba lolu uhlangothi olulandelayo.
Yeah, can you adjourn until 2 o'clock?
As it please the court,
Yeah, Rashid.
Yes, Mr.
Yes, it is the court, my lords. Thank you, Brigadier. Now, I think we're at a stage when I was saying, actually laying out the basis of the decision of the public prosecutor in respect of the indictment that is before this court as it relates to these accused persons. Thank you.
Tuyabonga ke ngoba kade akukhuluma ke mana nodaba lolu lwe indictment ngesingisi suthi iphepha leli noma kuthiwa incwadi leyo ke lababhala kuyona ke phansi uma bethwesa ke abasola amacala ukukhuluma ke nabasolwa noma bafowethu baqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkantolo lesukuyona njengamanje.
I do recall, my lord, yes.
Thank you.
Ngisakhumbula.
Now, I was saying that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the message that basically is communicating on the strength of this indictment is to the effect that despite your fervent efforts to come up with some kind of evidence in the case docket and probably in your memorandum to the effect that this could have been a hit or contractual killing, in their mind, having gone through that evidence in the docket and the memorandum and whatever that they could have took into account in coming to this decision, they could not find any evidence that they can bring to court to proceed against this accused person on charges based on the fact that this was a contractual killing.
Athi ke nodaba lokuthi bona ke ithimba le office abashushisa abakhulu ke uma ngabe kade bebuka ke memorandum lapho ke futhi ne docket le yadu unikise kubona ke ngesikhathi ukuthi beqeda ufunda ke bese babathatha ke isinqumo lapho ke bese bona bacabanga noma mhlawumbe baphuma nesinqumo sokuthi ke lokudutshula kukamufi noma lokushona kamufi ngesikhathi kade kusenza kudlame noma bugebengu lobo ke noma isigameko ukuthi kade kuyinto ade ihleliwe phansi phakathi kwabantu ababili noma abantu ekuyiqembu.
My lord, I'm not sure. That's not what I was told. I'm not sure if I can say they told me that they didn't find any evidence. That's why I said that's not my terrain, and I think it's best that. But to say or in a session that suggests that they were of the view that there was no evidence, I'm not so sure if I can agree.
Who said
with
that? According to Mr. Mnisi.
He says it's the DPP. It doesn't give me a specific name.
Thank you.
So you're denying it, in other words?
Because that's not what I was told, my lord. I don't
You were
have
never
that
told?
assertion. No, I was
Okay,
never told that
fine.
they don't see any evidence.
Athina abakaze bamtshela ukuthi abukho kufakaza obukhonayo lapho ke futhi ade bebuza ukuthi ngabe ubani kosho lo nkulumo leke athi yena ke bamtshelile igama lomuntu othizini noma igama lomuntu elikhethekile ke mayelana nalolo daba lolo ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'm referring this, I'm saying this in the context of what I explained to you earlier on about me saying the DPP said to you. I think we're still on the same line with regard to that.
Athi ukukhuluma ngamanye nodaba lolu bekakhulumile ke ngalo esikhathini esindlule ngaphambi kwesihambe lesikhathini sokudla sasemini ke la athi khona ke bayakhuluma ngodaba labasebenzi balapha ke ehhovisi le DPP office usho abashushisa abakhulu.
Yes.
Wait. So what you are putting to this witness, it's your own imagination.
No.
No, listen to me.
I'm not imagining things.
No.
Okay, maybe the court can finalize.
No, just repeat that question, because it's similar like the question you put to this witness, because you are making an incantation that this witness was there when the Director of Public Prosecution and his staff were planning the modus operandi, like for instance saying that they don't find that there was a contractual killing. And this witness says he never discussed that. But you are putting it as a fact. You are putting it as a fact.
May I respond, madam?
Yes, respond.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
I've earlier on said, my lord, to the witness number one, that please, he should not understand me in a context.
No, I heard you, and that's incorrect to cross-examine a witness like that. That when you are talking about a particular individual in an office, it doesn't include him. No. If it includes him, you must tell him, on such and such a day, you were in the DPP's office, there was so and so and so and so, and you talked about this and this and this, and this was the decision.
Thank you, my lord.
Not the suppositions you're putting to him. That's not evidence.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Brigadier, it's very simple. Now, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I no longer say that they said to you this and they did not say to you that. But the Director of the Office of Public the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions then took a decision that did not align with your motivation and your investigation is contained in the docket that this was a contractual killing. And I am not thumb-sucking that. This is no imagination. This is what is contained in the indictment that this accused person were called upon to come and plead to.
Athi-ke manje-ke akasakutshela ukuthi ithimba labashushisi noma ihhovisi labashushisi abakhulu lakutshela ini noma bakaze bakutshele ini-ke lapho-ke kepha athena bona-ke abakaze bathi lokushona kukamufi kade kuyinto behlezi phansi ehleliwe noma kukuzwana phakathi kwethimba labantu ababili futhi ubheka phezulu-ke lapho-ke kepha athi-ke bona athena-ke lapho mayelana nodaba olubhaliwe ngaphansi kwenkulumo noma ngaphansi kwencwadi wathi indictment lokho ngesingisi la bathwesa khona-ke abasolwa amacala noma yebo la bathwesa khona-ke abasolwa amacala-ke kusinqumo sabo lesi abafika kusona malana nodaba olubhaliwe ngaphansi kohlelo lwe-indictment.
I disagree, my lord. Perhaps the right connotation should be not completely aligned, but to say it's not aligned, I disagree. Because in the memorandum, accused 1 up to 5 was presented, and the DPP arraigned them. And that's a different situation when it comes to Kelly Kumalo, and that is why I said that's not my terrain. But to say it's not aligned, it will simply mean even accused 1 up to 5, I made no presentation to the DPP. So that's not correct, my lord.
Athi aklona-ke iqiniso lelo kepha ngeke asho ukuthi akuhambisane-ke lokho malana nenkulumo kammeli wenu la ekhulumile athi lapho-ke isinqumo esaqhamuka phakathi kwehhovisi labashushisi abakhulu-ke ekuthizeni-ke bathwese abasolwa-ke amacala umsolo wokuqala umsolo wesibili wesithathu nesine wesihlanu-ke kungemuva kokuthi kade befundile ngaphakathi kwedocument futhi idokhethi futhi memorandum ngoba khona lapho kade bebhaliwe futhi befakiwe kepha isimo sabo-ke siyehluka-ke nesimo sakaKhili Khumalo.
Yeah, for my edification, do you, Brigadier, do you write out section 105 notes concerning what the state is going to prepare or propose in this matter?
No, I don't, my lord.
Because in terms of section 105, the prosecutor has to align the allegations against the persons who have been indicted, and he will present factual analysis that the evidence of the state is going to be A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And in terms of the law, here's the thing. In terms of the law, he's got to do it because we are appearing in the High Court.
Manje-ke inkosi enkantolo kade ibuza-ke kufakazi ukuthi ngabe-ke lapho-ke uma ngabe wabhala yini-ke ama-notes-ke lapho eqhamuka ngaphansi komthetho-ke section 105 lapho-ke la kuvame ukuthi khona-ke esikhathini esiningi uma ngabe ihlangothi lezoshushiso-ke uma ngabe sebezokuhlala icala ngaphansi ngaphambi kwenkantolo-ke kulaba vame ukubhala khona ukuthi nawo amacala ahambisanayo futhi amacala esithwesa-ke abasolwa-ke lapho-ke ngemuva kwalokho sebathi-ke nabufakazi esinabo-ke ngalana-ke futhi nabofakazi nabo abofakazi sobaletha nofakazi sinabo malana nabasolwa malana namacala la kusube esikhathini zakhona-ke bebathwesa wona.
Yeah, let me read it so that people know that I'm referring to what. Section 105A, prosecutor may address court and adduce evidence. The prosecutor may at any trial, before any evidence is adduced, address the court for the purpose of explaining the charge and indicating without comment to the court what evidence he intends adducing in support of the charge. 150 subsection 2A. The prosecutor may then examine the witness for the prosecution and adduce such evidence as may be admissible to prove that the accused committed the offense referred to in the charge sheet, or that he committed an offense of which he may be convicted on the charge. 152B. Where any document may be received in evidence before any court upon its mere production, the prosecutor may read out each such document in court unless the accused is in his possession of a copy of such document, or dispense with the reading thereof. And this is written by the prosecutor. And I take it, when I say the prosecutor, it's through the office of the DP, Director of Public Prosecutions. Do you take part in such an analysis?
No, I don't, my lord.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My lord, I am not saying that it would never be my submission that this witness, or my argument, that this witness, when the office of the Director of Public Prosecutor takes a decision, he gets to be party there too. No. I am only putting to this witness as a method of cross-examination the gist of what the Director of Public Prosecution's decision is in relation to the trial that we are standing, in relation of the trial that we are busy with.
That's fine. Me, for my edification, I had to understand whether he does that or not. There could be prosecutors who do that, and there could be investigating officers who do that. But I'm telling you what the law says should happen before the case is commenced with. Because the law says the accused himself must be apprised of the allegations which are contained in the indictment against him. And there's a duty on the prosecution to summarize that type of evidence. And I am asking that because it has been put to you, for instance, about that evidence. There was evidence which purports to support a contract killing. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord.
Fine. So it's not against anybody. I just want to understand the modus operandi of how the prosecutor, the Director of Public Prosecution, that is, after signing this document called an indictment, what is encapsulated in it. Okay.
Thank you, Madam. Now, Brigadier, probably I need to sum this up. I definitely need to sum this up. Now, in respect of the document, which is called an indictment, that, you know, an indictment, it's a document that is used to bring this, not really bring, it's a document that introduces this accused to the court and the allegations that are against them. In other words, it is a document that gets presented to the court. The court is informed that these accused persons that we're bringing before you are not here for something else other than what we've mentioned in the indictment.
Athi-ke uma qedela ke inkulumo yakhe-ke nje ngokunciphile-ke ummeli usho ukuthi udaba lolu lwencwadi-ke babiza ukuthi indictment ngelimi lesingisi-ke indictment kula khona kubhala khona amagama abasolwa futhi namacala laba awathwesa bona-ke noma amacala ekusube ukuthi bathweswa wona abasolwa-ke lapho-ke bathi inkulumo nje leyo ejulile futhi nje enciphile nje ngokuncane-ke lapho-ke la kubhala mayelana namacala abathwesa bona-ke futhi nesizathu sokuthi kungani phambi kwenkantolo kusube singaphakathi phakathi kwale indictment ukuthizeni amacala ababhekene nawo ngaphambi kusenkantolo ekuthizeni kusenkantolo iyazi ukuthi uma ngabe sesiletha abasola phambi kwayo ke kumele yazi ukuthi labasola yini le noma isathu sini ke leso esenze ihlangothi lezoshushiso ekuthizeni balethe abasola ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
I'm listening, my lord.
Thank you. Athi yebo ngilalele.
Now, in that document, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, having gone through the evidence that you had submitted to them for a decision, they could not find reasons, for whatever reasons that they could have heard, they could not find those reasons to align themselves with the investigation that says that this was a contractual killing.
Yes, my lord. We've already made an objection against this line of cross-examination, and just to not to disturb the flow of proceedings, we're not going to make repeated objections, but I just want to draw my colleagues' attention to section 144, subsection 3, which says the indictment must be accompanied by a summary of substantial fact, but that those summaries are not binding on the state. Evidence is presented to the court on the basis of which a decision is made. The summary of substantial fact is not binding on the state.
Yeah, but read it so that it's on record. You find that there are certain judges who don't know what you're talking about.
The heading is trial before Superior Court, section 144, charged in Superior Court to be laid in an indictment, subsection 1, where an Attorney General, that's now the Director of Public Prosecution, arraigns an accused for sentence or trial by a Superior Court. The charge shall be accompanied in a document called an indictment, as my colleague has pointed out, which shall be framed in the name of the Director of Public Prosecutions. 2, the indictment shall, in addition to the charge against the accused, include the name and, where known and where applicable, the address and description of the accused with regard to sex, nationality, and age. And this is now the section that we are referring to, the subsection 3A, where the Director of Public Prosecutions under section 75, 1213B or 122.2 Roman figure 1 arraigns an accused for a summary trial in a superior court. The indictment shall be accompanied by a summary of the substantial facts of the case that, in the opinion of the Director of Public Prosecutions, are necessary to inform the accused of the allegations against him, and that will not be prejudicial to the administration of justice or the security of the state, as well as the list of the names and addresses of the witnesses the Director of Public Prosecutions intends calling at the summary trial or on behalf of the state, provided that, Roman figure 1, this provision shall not be so construed that the state shall be bound by the contents of the summary. That is the point that we're trying to make.
Okay.
May I respond, madam?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. And my lord, I am not here to blow my own trumpet.
You must blow it.
No, I can't. That's not in my nature.
Is that so?
Yes. It is definitely not in my nature, my lord. But let me bring the following to the attention of the court. All that my colleague has been reading here must be understood contextually. When that section says that the Director of Public Prosecution or a prosecutor is not bound by the information in the summary of substantial fact, this is what is being referred to. Remember the indictment, my lords. Indictment is a substratum. In other words, it's a foundation of what these accused persons are here, or for the reason why accused persons are being brought to court. Now, to give a a bit of a brief summary of why the accused are before court, then the legislature came out with that summary of substantial fact. In other words, the legislature saw it necessary to inform the court that, you know what, when you say that this person has stolen, the court must not be seated there and wondering whether this person has stolen cows, or this person has stolen a motor vehicle, or he has stolen ships or whatever. The court must already have a clue that, when the prosecutor says that the person that is appearing before me is charged with theft, I must know that I will have to listen to evidence that is dealing with the theft of a motor vehicle.
Does it follow, sir?
I'm still addressing the court, man.
Oh, I see.
Thank you. That is basically the intention of a summary of substantial fact. But the foundation, where is the foundation? The foundation is in the indictment itself. The indictment that is speaking about theft. That clause that says that a prosecutor is not bound by the summary of substantial fact, it simply refers to how can I put it? It simply refers to simple modalities as to when could the theft have happened, as to how the theft was committed, as to who was again involved in the theft and stuff like that. But you cannot change the substratum, the foundation, and say the indictment says this is theft, and then come and say when you're leading evidence and say no, but this was murder. You can't do that, because then you are changing the substratum. In other words, in an example of a house, my lord, a house has got a foundation, which is the indictment. Then the summary of the substantial fact are the simple modalities of the house. You can play around with where you want to go and fit the window, what should be the color of the house, whether you want the roofing there to be tiled roofing or corrugated iron or thatch roofing. But you definitely cannot change the substratum. That is what an indictment is, my lord. An indictment, it's a foundation, which is why in terms of section 35(1) of the Constitution.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about section 74. You quoted section?
No, that's 144, my lord, yes.
Hello, what section?
Section 1443.
1443.
Yes.
That's what he's quoting. Now you're describing some other.
No, my lord, that is exactly that, which is the reason why
I'll read it for myself, because this is not what 144 says. I'll read it for myself. Okay, you can quote it, whatever you want to quote.
This is the reason why, my lord.
I'll read it for myself.
Yes.
I think I understand to read English.
Yes, my lord.
Because here it says we are not bound. We are not bound.
But that
it's
is
an absolute prohibition. We are not bound.
That is what I'm
trying
to...
you heard me.
That is what I'm explaining, my lord.
No, fine.
That is what I'm explaining. That we've got the indictment, which is a foundation. We've got the summary of substantial fact that tells the court what the indictment is all about. But if the state in the indictment has included something like time, which is not right, probably it would say on and about the 7th of October 2019, and at about 10 o'clock in the evening, this theft happens. And the evidence says, no, this theft actually happened at about the 10th of October 2019 at around 4 in the afternoon. Those are just simple modalities. You cannot change the substratum. You cannot change that you are dealing with a theft of a motor vehicle. That is exactly what section 114 says when it says the state is not bound. But it does not simply mean that willy-nilly the state can change from saying this is a theft of a motor vehicle and say now this is murder. That is the issue that I am getting to.
We are addressing your colleague. He's got to respond to you.
Yes.
Fine.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you are ready to respond.
Yes. As a court, please, my lord.
I'm not done.
Okay.
Then the court says I'm addressing my colleague if he's ready. Then he can respond. The court does not even verify with me if I'm done or what.
I asked you.
No, but...
I did. Didn't I ask?
No, I did not hear the question.
Yeah, you didn't hear the question. Fine. Go on.
And what was my answer, my lord? Whether I
The
was
answer
done or
is
not?
you are not done.
Yes.
Just
But now I'm getting perplexed that
No, just
all of a
go on.
sudden the court instructs Mr. Baloyi to stand when I'm...
Just
I'm done, my
proceed.
lord. I'm done.
No, proceed with your case. Proceed with your case.
I'm done, my lord.
Oh, now you're done. Fine.
Yes.
He says it's done. Can you respond if you have any response?
Yes, my lord. I think with the greatest of respect, my learned friend is putting the cart before the horse. Facts are presented before the court and evidence is laid, and at the end of all the evidence, a decision must then be made based on the facts that have been presented. Now, he wants to bind the witness to a view that he held at the time. That's not evidence. A decision must be made on the evidence that will have been presented before the court at the conclusion of the trial. It's an argument that he can present at the conclusion of the case, not at this point in time. Evidence is still unfolding, my lord. We submit with the greatest of respect that that is not for this witness to answer that, but it will be based on the evidence that is presented before this court.
Okay.
That is so, my lord. That is so. But remember the testimony of this witness. I cannot simply leave it hanging, my lord. Because it is because of this witness that these accused persons are here at court. So for all intents and purposes, I'll have to go through his evidence like a comb and step by step. I'm not so sure if there is anything in law that forbids me to do that. And if there is any, may I please my attention be drawn to the thing, my lord, or to that authority. Thank you. I'm not sure, but be that as it may. Brigadier, in terms of this decision, these accused persons have been arraigned for murder. Yes, these accused persons have been arraigned for murder, attempted murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, and the contravention of the Firearms and Ammunition Act as it relates to possession of a firearm and ammunition. The summary of the substantial fact is very simple. It speaks about what happened at the moment at which those offenses were occasioned. There's no way in the summary of this indictment where a plot to kill or conspiracy to murder is mentioned. If you've got a comment, you can comment. No comment, it's up to you.
Kade akakhuluma ke khona ke njalo ke ummeli omeleke abanomzana phambi kokusenkantolo ke umnomzana oqala futhi nomnomzana wesithathu ke athi ke abanomzana noma ke abasolwa ke bagcina beboshwa ngembangela yokuthi noma beboshwa icala lokubulala futhi icala lokuzama ukubulala futhi ukubamba inkunzi ngehlobile futhi uthi ngitholakala ngiphethe isibhamu futhi utholakala ngiphethe izinhlamvu manje ke akukho malana nodaba lwesummary le khona ke phambi kwenkusenkantolo ke mayana nodaba lokatulibhalile noma udaba weminkulumo kade qhamuka ngekuhhovisi labashushisi la kukhuluma khona ke ngokuthi khona abasolwa noma abanomzana laba ekubasolwa ke bahlela lokhu kubulala kwabo noma mhlambe bazwana beyithimba labantu ababili noma abantu abathathu bheka ngaphezulwini ushuthi wena ke uma ngabe ufisa ukuthi uphefumule kulo nkulumo leyo ke athi ungane waphendula noma wakhuluma malana nalo daba aqeda ukutshela lona.
As you could please, my lord, I don't think counsel is correct. If one looks at the indictment, paragraph 12, it says the state will allege that the accused were acting in the furtherance of a common purpose.
A furtherance of a common purpose, my lord, in committing what offense? You don't read these things in isolation. There's no pertinent allegation in the indictment, and basically it's just an argument. There's no pertinent in the indictment that says that these accused persons will be standing trial here at the High Court because they conspired with Kelly Kumalo to kill the deceased in this matter. There's no such an allegation in this indictment.
Kade hlangothi lezo shushiso lokhuluma lithi uma ngabe ubuka ke incwadi indictment la khona kubhalwa amacala abathwesa khona ke abasolwa ke athi lapho kubhaliwe ekuthizeni lapha paragraph 12 ukuthi lokho kulandelayo ke ukuthi abasolwa ke benza lokhu ngoba kade beyiqembu futhi bezwele manje uyasho khona ke njalo ummeli uthi uma ngabe buka ke indictment lena ke akukho la kubhaliwe khona ke ukuthi lenkulumo elandelayo ekuwukuthi ke abasolwa ke benza lokhu ngoba kade bezweneke noKheli Khumalo ekuthizeni babulala.
That clause that says the accused acted in furtherance of a common purpose, it refers to the charges that are contained in the indictment, which exclude the fact that they conspired with Kelly Khumalo to kill the deceased. And that is the decision of the DPP.
Athi-ke lapho ke isinqumo esathathwa abashushisi abakhulu ehhovisi labashushisi abakhulu ukuthi la kwe-indictment akukho noma la bathwesa khona kamacala akukho la kubhaliwe khona ukuthi abasolwa ke lapho ke benza lokhu ngoba kade bezwene noKheli Khumalo ekuthizeni ababulali.
Now, do you have a comment?
Athi manje ke baba ngabonayo yini into angathanda ukuthi ukhulume ngayo kulolu daba aqeda ukutshela lona ke.
My lord, it's difficult. Like I've said, the document was crafted by the DPP, which is the NPA. I'm not sure how do I talk to that, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you.
Athi lapho ke kunzima ukuthi akhulume noma mhlambe yebo kunzima ukuthi akhulume mina nodaba lolu umele aqede ukumtshela lona ke ngoba athi le document leli ke labhalwa ke abantu basehhovisi le NPA shutha ehhovisi labeshushisi.
Sorry,
I'm
yeah, I'm not done. Yeah,
yes.
and that is the body that is vested with the powers to indict individuals, my lord.
Athi ke ngokukhuluma kanjalo ke ibona ke abantu labo ke abaselungelweni futhi abasemthethweni ekuthizeni bathwese abantu amacala ngendlela bona ababona ngayo.
That's my response, my lord.
Athi yona ke impendulo yakhe ke leyo anayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. I said in saying something to the court that I'm not here to beat my own drums. That's not in my nature. But, excuse me? Oh, it's fine. Oh, okay. But Brigadier, all what I'm doing here, and this is not an indictment on you. You understand?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi lokho kwenza ukuthi le indictment ayibhaliwe yena ke ufakazi baba umnumzana Brigadier Gininda athi yebo ngiyakuzwa.
It is not an indictment on the prosecution.
Futhi athi akuyona ke indictment yabashushisi.
No, not indictment. It means iphutha or angisoni yena.
Athi ngexolisa. Athi akasoli wena ke kepha usola ithimba labashushisi.
No, I'm not saying
No, my apologies.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, this is neither an indictment on him nor the prosecution.
Athi lapho ke akasoli wena ke futhi akasoli ithimba labashushisi.
Thank you. It is just the facts that are contained in the documents, which documents have been used to bring these accused persons before court.
kepha kathi kumayelana nalokho okubhaliwe noma oqukethiwe kulombhalo wencwadi noma kule ncwadi ke yona ke eyaphoqa noma eyaletha ke abasolwa ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
Are we together there?
Athi ngabe sihamba ndawonye lapho ke?
We are together, my lord.
Thank
But
you.
so just a follow up. But
Yes.
I think to be in a position as to whether there's an alignment with that suggestion, the NPA, my lord, are in a better position to actually deal with that part. So we are in alignment insofar as me hearing what Advocate Mnisi is saying, but we are not aligned as to whether what is putting to me is what the NPA will come and agree, because I can't speak on their behalf. That's the difficulty I'm having.
Athi yebo thina ke sihamba ndawonye ke malana nalodaba lo kepha mina ke angikho sesimeni sokuthi ngakhulumela ke abantu behhovisi labashushisi ke uma ngaba khona ke umuntu kumele ukuthi eze kazokhuluma noma azokwenza isiqiniseko salokho ke ile thimba lehhovisi labashushisi.
Thank you, Brigadier. This is only my cross-examination to you. I know you're just an innocent person in the context of this cross-examination.
Athi ke ukuthi yena ukubuza ke imibuzo ke kepha ke ukhumule khona zathi wona ke umuntu omsulu wakhe nohlamba umuntu engenacala yakhe kulokhu lemibuzo akubuza yona ke.
And therefore, Brigadier, this could be my final point on this matter. Therefore, any endeavor that seeks to lead evidence in terms of this document to demonstrate that this was a contractual matter or a hit would go against what is contained in this indictment. In other words, that evidence would be irrelevant.
Athi ke lapho ke yakutshela ke mana nodaba ke olubhaliwe ngaphansi kwale indictment ukuthi uma ngaba khona ke inkulumo ekhulunywayo ukuthi lokubulala kade kubulawa kade kuhleliwe ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka isigameko lesike athi lokho akuhambisani nale nkulumo ekhona ke ngaphakathi kohlelo le-indictment.
As you could please, man, we've already made an objection that murder remains murder. What the motive is irrelevant.
Athi ke umshushisi lapho bese siqedile ngalo lophuzo lokuthi ukubulala ukuthi izathu zokubulala kade kuyini lapho ke athi lokho ke kumele ukuthi kukhulunywe ngaphakathi kwe-indictment.
Thank you. The defense does not dispute that there's no murder in the indictment. It simply admits that, but murder which occasion under what circumstances?
Athi ke ummeli usuthi ithimba labashushisi aliphiki ukuthi ukubulala lokho kubhaliwe ngaphakathi lana kule indictment namhlanje le document akhuluma ngalokho kepha ngaphansi kwezathu zinike lapho ke.
Thank you. Now finally, I'm putting it to you, Brigadier, that the evidence that you have led in this court trying to prove or demonstrate that this was a contractual killing or a hired assassination.
Athi kokugcina kuyakutshela ukuthi malana nofakazi bakho ke babu Brigadier Gininda oblethile ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo ke la uzama khona ukuqhamukisa noma ukuveza noma uvezele inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi lokubulala lokubulawa kade kuhleliwe futhi ukubulawa kade abantu bakhona beqashiwe lapho ke
finds no applicability in what is contained in this indictment, and it is therefore irrelevant.
Athi futhi akuhambi lokho okukhulumile kuhambisana nalokho kubhaliwe ngaphakathi kwe-indictment futhi akuvumelekile ukuthi inkaso yenkantolo ekuthathe njengofakazi noma mhlawumbe iyamkele lo nkulumo leyo.
Thank you.
No, I disagree, my lord.
Athi cha angihambisani nale nkulumo oqeda ukutshela yona ke mmeli.
Motive is something else, but the fact of the matter, the offences of a firearm, spent cartridges being found at the scenes are there, my lord.
Athi lapho ke izathu ke eziphoqile ukuthi kwenzeka lo dlame lokhu ke futhi nokuthi lokho abakuthola malana nofakazi ke othize wasetshenziswa isibhamu ke lapho ke futhi ekhona ke lokho zana amakhoba ke einhlamvu kade khona lapho.
The person was killed on that specific day, my lord.
Athi futhi khona ke umuntu owabulawa ngalo lelo langa lelo.
As I said, my lord, the motive is something else.
athi lapho ke isizathu esaphoqa ke labantu ukuthi benze lokho abakwenza isinye isizathu sahlukile.
And my understanding, my lord, is that it is in the interest of justice for me to come and inform this court as to what investigation did I embark on and what is it that I found. So I cannot conceal what I discovered, because that will not be in the interest of justice and that won't be truthful, my lord.
Athi futhi kungobulungiswa ke bezomthetho okuthizeni yena ke eze ngaphambi inkosi enkantolo ke afike atshele inkosi enkantolo malana nodaba noma malana nezinto ke awayithola ngesikhathi kade asesha ke icala. Athi loboko ukuthi wenza ubulungiswa malana nodaba lozomthetho noma malana nezomthetho ke lapho ke ekuthizeni angakhulumi ke izinto athi lokho kungahambisani ke nezomthetho.
That's what I can comment on, my lord.
Athi lokho angathanda ukuthi akhulume ngako.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think that was cut short. Having said that, all the information or the evidence that has been put before this court to demonstrate that this was a hired assassination is relevant, let me then proceed to the other leg. And I'm not saying that when I proceed to the other leg, I am justifying, therefore, that evidence then becomes relevant. It's still irrelevant.
Athi ke lapho uzobuya ukukhuluma mala nokubulawa komuntu ukuthi kade kuhlelo kade beqashiwe abantu kade babulala lapho ke nanoma athina lokho akusinkulumo eqondile futhi akusinkulumo ehambisana nodaba lozomthetho futhi inkosi enkantolo kumele lokho ingakuthathile emahloma noma kushaya noma ikushaye ngondiva nanoma izoqhubeka abuze ngalungana nodaba lokho kepha akusho ukuthi lolo daba kumele ukuthi inkosi enkantolo iyamukele lolo daba lo.
This is done with a view simply to complete the mosaic, the picture. Yes, holistically, in view of the evidence that has been tendered here in court.
Athi lokho ke ukudweba nje isithombe mara nofakazi bonke ke oselebulethiwe ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
Thank you. Now on the 30th, by the way, what is the date on which accused number 1 was arrested?
Kweje umsoqala bambopha ngaliphi ilanga?
30 May 2020, my lord.
Athi ngelanga la nge-30 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka ka-2020.
Thank you. Now, this court has heard the circumstances under which he was arrested.
Athi ke inkantolo sele izwile izathu lezi waboshwa ngaphansi kwazo.
There are point of agreement between what you say is in terms of the arrest and what the state said in terms of his arrest. In other words, there are points where they agree with each other, like points of commonality.
Athi ke lapho ke khona ke la ehlangothi labashushisi noma ehlangothi lezombuso ke futhi ehlangothi labameli labazwana khona ke mana namaphuzu athize ekuboshweni kwakhe noma ngemuva kokuboshwa kwakhe.
I follow, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
He gets arrested at Tembisa by a team of investigating officers that include Sergeant Mukhula, who was primarily accompanied by some Metro Corp, primarily, I don't know what is the rank of the Metro Police, but that's Buthelezi.
Athi lapho ke boshweni kwakhe waboshwa ke lapho ke uSergeant Mukhula futhi nephoyisa la kamasipala ke lapho iphoyisa le babizothi iMetropolis ngesingisi ke lapho ke athi akazi kahle isikhundla kusona ke lo muntu lo ke kepha ke isibongo sakhe uButhelezi.
I'm listening, my lord.
Thank you.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Now, subsequent to his arrest at some stage, he got taken to the place where he was staying with his uncle. There were searches there. After that, he got taken to, that's now according to the police, to a hostel where they needed to go investigate for firearm. But ultimately, they end up at Fort Lawrence police station.
Athi-ke ngemuva kokuthi-ke aboshwe-ke lapho-ke wathathwa wasuka kwindawo ethizeni la kade kahlala khona-ke nomalume wakhe-ke ngesikhathi kade befika lapho-ke bese amaphoyisa-ke athi ukusesha khona kancane lapho-ke bese ngemuva kwalokho bagcina sebase-Vosloorus kwindawo ade besesha khona-ke besesha malana nodaba lwesibhamu-ke athi bese ngemuva kwalokho bagcina bese esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Vosloorus.
Yes, my lord, I'm following.
Athi yebo kusale emuva.
Thank you. Now, in the meantime, the state indicated that there was a communication that happened between accused number 1 and Sergeant Mohula, which led Sergeant Mohula to call you and you gave directions that you should meet each other at Vosloorus police station. So,
bathi khona-ke ehlangothweni zomuso lasho ukuthi khona la kade nixhumana khona-ke wena-ke mnumzana njengofakazi futhi noSergeant Mohula-ke bese wena-ke watshela uSergeant Mohula ukuthi kumele nihlangane esikhumulweni samaphoyisa sase-Vosloorus. Ngabe akusinjalo?
It is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo
thank
kuyiqiniso
you.
lokho.
Now, when you received the call from Sergeant Mohula, exactly where were you?
Bathi-ke ngesikhathi kade uthola-ke ucingo oluqhamuka kuSergeant Mohula ngabe kade kuphi nendawo?
I don't recall, my lord, but definitely not in the North Rand where the accused was, but I can't remember at this stage.
Athi esikhathini samanje-ke akasakhumbuli kahlehle noma yebo akasakhumbuli kahlehle ngokugcwele ukuthi kade kuphi-ke kepha kade angekho ngaphansi kwesigodi esisodwa-ke nomsolwa isigodi sase-North Rand.
What?
North Rand, right?
Yes.
Athi kade angekho ngaphansi kwesigodi sase-North Rand.
So when I say North Rand, I'm referring to the area where accused 1 was arrested. That I was definitely not in that area, as much as I cannot recall exactly where I was when I received the call.
Thank you.
Athi nanoma-ke athi kade angekho se-North Rand usho ukuthi kade angekho ngaphansi kwendawo eyodwa nala umsolwa kade aboshelwe khona-ke nanoma angekhe abe nesiqiniseko esigcwele sokuthi kabe kade akuphi kahle kahle mayelana nendawo.
Yes, that is one of those aspects that I referred to, that there could be a common cause between accused and the state. That when he got arrested, you were not there. The first time that we met him was at the Vosloorus police station.
Athi yebo kula kade akutshela khona-ke mayelana nalamaphuzu ukuthi ihlangothi lethimba labameli futhi nethimba labashushisi kunalamaphuzu bazwana khona-ke kukuthi wena ngesikhathi kade aboshwa-ke kade ungekho lapho-ke kepha ngemuva uthi ushayela ucingo-ke kulagcina nihlangana khona-ke.
Thank you.
Understand, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyakuzwisisa.
Now, at Vosloorus police station, exactly, I do not know the precinct there or the area there. Exactly when you met him in relation to the Vosloorus police station, where were you? The police station that I know, they've got fences around them. You know, it's just not a walk-free area. So that's what I want to find, whether you met him in the streets around police station or you met him in the yard of the police station or what.
Athi-ke lapho isikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Vosloorus athena-ke akasazi-ke kahle kepha kunezikhumulo zamaphoyisa lezi azaziyo-ke lezi abayibiyele-ke lapho khona-ke ngefensi. Manje umbuzo kuwukuthi ngabe noma ngebondana noma ngebonda, manje umbuzo kuwukuthi ngabe ngesikhathi bohlangana naye umsolwa oqala wahlangana naye kuphi-ke nendawo lapho e-Vosloorus, ngabe nahlangana emgaqweni noma nahlangana ngaphakathi emasangweni alapho-ke noma ngaphakathi kwesakhiwo sase-Vosloorus?
We met at the parking lot of the police station, my lord. So as you come into Vosloorus, just in front of the police station, there's a parking lot for SAPS. Then on the right-hand side, that is if you're approaching the police station, then it's a court, but the court is further up. So we met at the parking lot of the police station, just where the police station begins.
Athi sahlangana-ke lapho kumisa khona-ke imoto zamaphoyisa ngaphandle kwesakhiwo sebhilide lezesiphoyisa sase-Vosloorus. Athi kula sahlanganela khona-ke lapho-ke athi kepha kuma ukhuphuka nje kancane khona la inkantolo ekhona-ke uma lapho uqhamuka elokuzana kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa uhamba ngomgwaqo.
So would I then be correct, Brigadier, to say that it was within the precinct of Vosloorus police station?
athi ngabe uzobaqinisile na ukuthi nina nahlanganela ke lapho endaweni yesikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Vosloorus?
Yes, you'll be correct, my lord.
Athi yebo uzoqinisile ke lapho ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. The information further goes, or not information, the testimony further goes that could have happened around just before that could have happened just before sunset, not so?
Athi ke malana nolwazi kolukhona wathi malana nofakazi obukhona ke ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ngaphambi ukuthi kushoneke ilanga ngaba kusinjalo?
No, that's not accurate. I think it would have been between 1900 hours and 1930, because between those periods, my interview with him were done, and that was the time we were moving now to the provincial office. So when I met him, it was dark, my lord.
Oh, okay.
Athi cha akulona ke iqiniso lelo athi yena ke ucathi bahlangana maqedwe ushaya ihora lesikhombisa ke noma ngemuva kwemizuzu ewu30 maqedwe gamanqa ihora lesikhombisa ke lapho ke kephathi ke lapho bekasele aqedile ukukhulumisana ke nomsolo wakhe emayelana nodaba lwabo lenkulu kade benayo ke lapho ke futhi athi ngemuva kwalokho kulawa athi bekumnyama ke ngesikhathi baqedwe ukwenza lenkulumo yabo kade bayenza ke lapho ke futhi athi kulawa mthatha khona ke oswamnikisa kuma office ase provincial.
Thank you. No, I didn't take him. That's when he was taken. He was not taken by me.
My apologies. Athi cha isilungiso lapho ukuthi yena akusuye owamthatha wamnikisa kuma office ase provincial kepha bamthatha abanye ke bamnikisa kuma office ase provincial.
No, we still at Vosloorus.
Yes, I agree, Advocate Nisi. Yes. What I was just correcting the interpreter, because he then said from Vosloorus, I took accused number 1 to the provincial office. Oh, so I was correcting him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, we come in there. Yeah. Now, it was already dark when you meet him. I take it you then introduce yourself to him in the darkness. Not so?
Athi kade kumnyama ke futhi eyasho khona nje uzothatha ngaloko ukuthi wena ke wazazisa kena ke futhi ngesikhathi kade uzazisa kena kade kumnyama lapho ke ngaba kusinjalo.
So, my lord, there are lights at that's the police station. Like I said, it's just where the police station starts, and the accused was sitting inside the police vehicle, the red Golf, which the lights were turned on. But the sequence of events, I was first introduced to him by the members, and then subsequently I also introduced myself to him.
Athi lapho echa akusinjalo ke ngoba ukhumbule khona njalo laba hlangana khona kulaqala khona ke isakhiwo sasesiphoyiseni sase-Vosloorus. Athi futhi ade khona ke izibane lapho ke kade zikhanyisile izibane lezo ke athi kade bahlezi ngaphakathi kwemoto iGolf enombala ke obomvu lapho ke futhi naye kade ke inezibane kade zikhanyile kuyona ke lapho ke athi baqala bamazisa ke kumsola bese ngemuva kwalokho naye ke bese wazazisa ke kumsola.
So this introduction by members of yourself to accused number 1, who did it?
Bathi manje ke lokuthi wena ke babu Brigadier Gininda bakwazise ke kumsola usaziswa lapho ke ama member noma ilaba osebenza nabo ke siphoyiseni ngabe ubani owayenza loyo nkulumo?
It could be Sergeant Mkhula or Mabena Malora. I can't recall specifically, but it's because those are the members that were close by in Buthelezi.
Athi kungabe ukuthi uMsajeni Mkhula noma uMobhena kepha kathi bona ke bezesiphoyisa kade beseduze ke lapho ke noButhelezi.
And then you subsequent to that introduce yourself to him. How did you introduce yourself to him?
Athi ke ngemuva kwalokho nagcina ke uzazisa ke kena ke manje umuzo ukuthi ngabe wena ke wathi ubani kena uma ngabe kade uzazisa noma wazazisa ngayiphi indlela kena?
By identifying myself, my lord, who I am, showing him my appointment card, and indicating to him that I'm the lead investigating officer on the matter of Senzo Meyiwa. So the formalities in terms of my name, my rank, being a police officer, and showing him my police appointment card.
Athi ke lapho kwazazisa kena ke ayichaza igama ukuthi ke ubani futhi nesikhundla asebenza ngaphansi kwaso esiphoyiseni bese ngemuva kwalokho kwamtshengisa ke lapho ke icard lakhe lokusebenza lasesiphoyiseni usho ukuthi appointment card ngesingisi.
Now, Brigadier, when you receive this... Oh, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
Now, Brigadier, is it so that when you received this information from Sergeant Mohula, this matter has been punted or touted as one of, by the way, what did they call those rescues? As one of a great case, man, in the country. A high-profile case, yes. You already know that you are in the thick and thin of things of a high-profile case, not so?
Bathi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokho ke usho ukuthi wena ngabe kade unalo yini ulwazi makade wazini ukuthi usebenza ngecala elikhulu futhi icala eliphakeme kumacala amaningi alana eNingizimu Afrika noma kumacala la usasike wasebenza khona?
I do know, my lord, that the coverage insofar as the death of the deceased was widely covered by the media. What I knew about the case, that it was a case that was difficult to solve when we brought in. So the difficulty was on solving the case. So my focus was the difficulty and the dilemma in solving the case rather than the high profileness. But I am aware that there was nationwide publicity in the media about the case.
Athi yebo khona ke lokho ke uyazi malana nabo kepha kade bona babhekana icala elinzima ekuthizima bagcine belixazulu bakhona ukuthi balixazulule lapho ke ngoba icala leli beselivele sesakazwa ke umsakazweni futhi nakubo abomo lokozana ama TV futhi unondaba ade bekhuluma ke ngalo icala leli ngemuva ukuthi kushoneke lapho ke umufi.
And furthermore, that this case, or the perpetrators or the suspects in the killing of this deceased have remained a mystery from 2014 up until then, when you met, when you had to meet accused number 1 at Fort Flores. Almost 6 years, it just remained a mystery. The perpetrators just remained a mystery, not so?
Athi asukuthi kade ke abasolwa noma abantu abadala ke lobugebengu noma abantu abadala ke lodlame lothizeni noma mhlambi lesigameko sokubulala ke umsola kade bengatholakala futhi kade bengaziwa ke isikhathi seminyaka ke ezithupha akusinjalo?
I suppose, my lord, if the question relates to the DPP issuing an indictment on the accused, yes, this was the first time. But prior to that, a number of people, even before my time, were looked at, others arrested and released. So it's not that the case was simply silent. Leads were followed, and then, you know, and people were excluded in terms of being suspect. Other arrests happened, and then people were released. But insofar as, yes, I can agree that up to 2020, when the matter was presented to the North Gauteng DPP, that was the first time when an indictment from the DPP was then issued to arraign the accused before court.
Athi yebo ke khona ke kunjalo kepha ke kuzifinca isikhathi lesi wathola ke khona ke incwadi eqhamuka ke kubashukuvisi abashushisa abakhulu lana ke Pretoria ke DPP office lapho ke kade wakhipha ke indictment athi kula khona ke gcina koshwa kabasolwa kepha athi khumbula khona njalo ukuthi ngaphambi kwalokho kade khona ke abantu ade beboshwa ke lapho futhi ade bephenya lapho ke kunabantu asele baboshwa bese futhi babadedela ngoba ade bebona ukuthi akusibo nababenze lesigameko.
Thank you, Brigadier. No, Brigadier. You're reading my mind very wrongly, if that is what you just did in respect of the answer that you gave here. I'm simply saying to you, would you agree with me that from the day on which this incident happened to the day on which you had to meet accused number 1 at Fort Flores station, police station, the perpetrators in this case remained a mystery? In other words, there's no person who had been arrested and successfully prosecuted. Not so. I'm not talking about indictments or DPP or what. There, Fort Flores police station.
athi cha bangabe ufunda umcabango wakhe ngendlela ufunda ngendlela engaqondile ke yena athi ukulolidaba lalapha ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFosloras athi kade sele kuyisikhathi seminyaka ke ewusithupha ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeke isigameko lesi kuze kufike isikhathi lesi owahlanganela khona naso nomsola wokuqala ngesikhathi kade nihlanganela ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa salapha ke Fosloras athi akusinjalo.
No, that's not 100% correct, my lord. Perhaps successful prosecution, yes, the answer is correct. But to say no one was arrested, that is incorrect, because few days after the deceased was killed, Mr. Mbata was arrested and he was charged and he appeared in Boksburg. I think it was back then in 2014. So that was the first person that was arrested, and subsequently, I think due to the investigation, then the charges were withdrawn.
Athi yebo thize ngahlangana naye khona ke kunjalo kepha ke ukhumbule khona ukuthi bakhona ke abanye abantu ababoshwa ke lapho ke futhi wazolonza ke isibonelo sokuthi umnumzana ke umbatha ke nake waboshwa ngemuva kwelanga leli lesigameko bese ngemuva kokuthi aboshwe bese waqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkantolo yaseBoksburg kepha ugcina bemdedela ke lapho ke Brigadier ngembangela yophenya kwecala makusesha kwecala.
I'm sorry. Are you done, Brigadier?
Yes, I'm done, my lord.
Does the fact that Mbata was arrested and charges against him withdrawn not take the case back to where he started in 2014, that there was no suspect?
Athi ke ngemuva uthi ke umnumzana ke umbatha waboshwa bese ngemuva uthi ke aboshwe inkantolo yamdedela noma amaphoyisa amdedela lokho akubuyisele icala ahlehlisele icala emuva kuze kufinceke ngomnyaka ka2014 ngelanga kade kusenzeka ngaso isigameko.
No, it does, my lord, but my question, because I was answering the question that there were no arrest and successful conviction. That's why I said conviction, we're on the same page. Arrest, I disagree, because I'm answering it on that context, based on the question that has been given to me, that there was an arrest, and that is the one of Mr. Mbata.
Athi cha ikizeni ke akekho umuntu waboshwa bese washushiswa bese watholakala enecala athi cha lokho ke uyakuphika kepha ukhumbule njalo ukuthi ukhona ke umuntu uthizeni owaboshwa ke lapho ke umnumzana umbatha bese ngemuva uthi aboshwe khona njalo bese bamdedela ke engekagwetshwa.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now when you met accused number 1 at police station, at Fosloras police station, introduce yourself to him. Now, you already were aware of what you spoke about in the course of this cross-examination that you referred to as good practice, which include fairness and objectivity, not so?
Bathi ngesikhathi behlangana nomsola futhi uzazisa ke na ke ngesikhathi buwazi manje nodaba le good practice la nesebenza khona ke ngendlela eqondile futhi ngendlela ekhethekile akusenjalo.
I was aware, my lord. I just don't remember if I've put it in that context, because I understand the good practice. I've put it in the context when advocate, the late Mr. Mgomezulu, asked me about the confession, and I said, and that's where the good practice started back then, that it is a good practice or a suggestion that you should follow this practice to get someone independent from the investigation to take the confession. So that's where things flow with this term of good practice. So I was aware, when I met the accuser, I was aware that one has to act within the perimeters of the law, and obviously then you embark on good practice as and when the need arises. But I didn't go there with that mind, my lord, because all I was told is that this person seems to be making some admission about this matter, so I wanted to interview this person or talk to this person myself, and then I would have then made up my mind as to the way forward. But I had no idea what he would say to me, my lord, before I got there.
Athi ke cha akusinjalo ngoba leligama leli abalibiza ukuthi good practice ngamandlela eqondile ngamandlela elungile okusebenza ke lapho ke athi igama laqhamuka la ngesikhathi beka phambi kwenkosi yenkantolo ke ebuzwa ke imibuzo ke athi umnomzana kuMngomezulu athi igama lelo kulala qhamuka khona ke ukuthi good practice athi ligama lelo lisebenzisa ngembangela mhlawumbe ngesizathu sokuthi ke lapho ke yena ke wathi ngeke abe selungelo kade ngekho selungelweni lokuthi athathe confession kamsoke kepha kwakwamele ukuthi athole umuntu oyimelo usebenzelayo ekuthizini kube uyena ozobuya umuntu lo athathe confession eqhamuka kumsolo ngoba bekazwile ukuthi umsolo kunodaba angathanda ukuthi alimike kubona kubo noma abatshele.
Thank you, Brigadier. When I think I started off this cross-examination, I think it was on Monday. I requested you to define what do you mean by good practice, and then you said it involved the principle of fairness and objectivity. Do you still remember that?
Athi yebo uyabonga kepha khumbula khona njalo ngomsombuluko ngesikhathi beqala kubuza ke imibuzo ngesikhathi athi becela ukuthi umchazele kabanzi noma ngogcwele manje negama leli good practice kula wona ukukhuluma khona ke ukuthi ukhuluma ngamagama esingisi objectives and fairness ukuthi amagama alungile futhi nendlela yokusebenza ekhethekile noma elungile.
That is correct, my lord. But when you deal with an accused person, what is supreme above that are the constitutional right of the person that is before you in terms of Section 35. So that supersedes the good practice, and that is why I focus on that. The rest, because the good practice kicked in as a result of what accused one was telling me, and now in documenting what he was telling me, good practice then kicked in. But prior to that, the primary focus is to ensure that the accused or the suspect that is before you is fully aware of his constitutional right in terms of Section 35. Thereafter, you then find out from the said person what he elects to do. So it flows like that. And when the answer says we can talk without an attorney, you know, the results of that discussion then will guide you as to what you need to do. And obviously, if the confession must kick in, the good practice method then comes in. But that is much later. The primary focus are the constitutional rights of the person that is before you that you intend to question, my lord. Sorry, my apologies.
Athi-ke ufakazi lapho ke igama leli ewabiza ukuthi good practice laqhamuka ngoba kade yena ke efisa ukwazi ukuthi umsolo ngabe ufisa ukukhuluma ini noma mhlawumbe ungathanda ukuthi ambikile ini la kena noma amtshele ini ke athi lokho qhamuka emuva ukuthi yena ke ekhuluma ngodaba lozomthetho lwela ngaphansi kwa Section 35 noma umthetho ozokusebenza ka Section 35 la bayatshela khona umsolo malana nodaba noma malana namalungelo akhe anawo ke ngaphansi kwezomthetho ola iningizimu Afrika ke lapho ke la bekathi mhlawumbe umsolo noma mhlawumbe isiboshwa ngomsolwa singakhona ukuthi sikhulume naye ngaphandle kommeli ukuthi ummeli abe khona ke noma sikhulume naye ummeli ke akhona ke lapho ke athi igama lokulala qhamuka khona ke lapho ke bese ngaphambi ukuthi benze lokho ke kulaqala amtshele malana nodaba lwakhe amazise khona ke malana namalungelo akhe zomthetho ngokuqeda kwenza lo daba lolo ke bese uma ngabe umsolwa ukhetha ukuthi akhulume ummeli akhona ke uyomtshela ke noma uma ngabe afisa ukuthi akhulume kummeli angekho ubuya amtsheleke lapho ke bese baqhubeka basebenza ke.
My lord, I'm tired. I can't even hear myself speak. I think I'm doing a great disservice to Mr. Sibiya if I were to continue in the situation in which I am. I'm going to request for an early adjournment.
Athi manje ummeli uyacela ke ngoba wathi yena ke ukhathele futhi akasazizwa ke makakhuluma athi lokho ngeke kube ubulungiswa ke ethizena akhulumele icala la kamnumzana ke uSibiya ke lapho kwacela inkosi enkantolo ukuthize imvumele ahambe ayophumula usambe sonkeni sophumula.
Sibaloyi, what's your time?
Hayi.
It's 3:12, my lord.
Any objection to tiredness?
It is very close to the normal sitting time, so there's no objection.
Bese athi ke umshushisi naye akakuvimi lokho mhlawumbe akamaleli ukuthi ummeli wena athole isikhathi ukuthi ake ahambe ayophumula ngoba sekashiya ukhathele.
Are you available, Brigadier?
Yes, I am, my lord.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, tomorrow.
Sekuya kusasa ke bafowethu. Hora leshumi kusasa.
I know that.